never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will engage in a 90-minute red state versus blue state debate moderated by Fox News host Sean Hannity on November 30th in Georgia. The two governors, known for their public disputes and policy critiques, are set to face off after years of disagreements. Earlier this year, the two men clashed after Florida acknowledged a role in sending 2 flights of migrants to California. Newsom described DeSantis as a small, pathetic man. Senator Bob Menendez is speaking out for the first time since federal bribery and corruption charges were leveled against him last week.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
He condemns snap judgments made with incomplete information and stresses his right to the presumption of innocence. With the clock ticking, President Biden is urging Congress to swiftly pass funding legislation to avert a month-end shutdown.
While not blaming all Republicans, the president said it is time for the GOP-controlled House to do their job.
A small group of extreme House Republicans, they don't want to live up to that deal, and everyone in America could be faced with paying the price for that.
He said House Republicans need to honor the bipartisan agreement that was negotiated with Speaker Kevin McCarthy in May. A funding bill must be passed by October 1st to avoid a government shutdown. I'm John Schaefer.
The Writers Guild of America and major Hollywood studios have reached a preliminary agreement to address the ongoing writer's strike. Picketing was halted as of Sunday night, and while the union members await for a formal vote to officially conclude the strike, actors will maintain their strike until the SAG-AFTRA union also reaches an agreement with the studios. And tonight's Powerball drawing offers a staggering estimated jackpot of $785 million. This huge prize marks the 4th largest in the game's history, following no jackpot winners in Saturday's drawing. The cash value of this incredible prize amounts to nearly $370 million. Good luck. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking.
I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GEAR for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GEAR for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GEAR.
During a campaign stop in South Carolina, former President Trump said he wanted to buy a handgun. A video from his spokesperson shows Trump at a gun store examining a Glock.
I'm going to buy one. Sir, have you bought one? No, I want to buy one.
However, the spokesperson clarified that he did not make a purchase, but rather expressed interest in wanting a gun. Trump, currently on a campaign tour of South Carolina, maintains a significant lead over other GOP candidates. FEMA is planning a test of the National Alert System on October 4th. The test of this nationwide emergency alert system and wireless emergency alert systems will be going out at 2:20 p.m. next Wednesday. The alert will be sent through phone, radio, television, and cable systems and is scheduled to last about 1 minute. You should only receive one message on your cell phone. The purpose of this test is to ensure that the systems are still an effective way to warn the public about national emergencies. President Biden will stand in solidarity with United Auto Workers this week by joining their picket line. He plans to travel to Michigan tomorrow, emphasizing support for UAW members in their pursuit of equitable compensation for their contributions. This move follows the union's expansion of strikes to 20 states, prompted by a lack of significant progress in negotiations with the big three automakers regarding a new contract. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, time to get the party started. And away we go. All right, greatest day of the week in the books. Close it out Monday. So we'll all settle in. What's on your mind? Good to have you with us as we all gather around the radio. Kicking off a full 5 hours, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. A comfortable night in Southwest Ohio here at the Secret Bunker. Actually, a little bit on the humid side, but I'm not going to complain. Not a whole lot going on out there to slow you down as you roll that freight along the highways and byways. Looking at the big picture, still some spotty shower activity over in portions of Pennsylvania, northwest PA, westernmost reaches of New York. The remnants of Ophelia have pretty much cleared out of the eastern seaboard. Now, we do have a cluster of some showers. I don't know, you may have a few rumbles of thunder in the mix as well, but nothing reaching severe levels. Stretching from about Eau Claire, Wisconsin, down into south-central portions of the state. Some of those showers, heavier rains, going to be moving into Madison over the next hour or so. It's like most of the heavy stuff is now east of Dubuque, Iowa. Dubuque. What else do we see? All right, the Pacific Northwest, though things becoming a bit active there. Yeah, we're going to see a train of storms bringing rains. We've got some spotty showers from Northern California through Western Oregon. Several lines. It's been raining in the Seattle area. You could use that. Some of that rain to be moving into the Spokane area during the overnight hours. Aside from that, the big picture, again, looks like a great night for trailer trucking. All right, moving that freight. I know Philly Dan is celebrating. All right, Eagles went into Tampa Bay facing the Buccaneers on first game of Monday Night Football, coming out with the victory. How about those Eagles starting the season off 3 wins, 0 losses, 3-0. Way to go. Game number 2 that started about an hour later, 8:15 Eastern Time, Cincinnati facing off with the Rams in Cincinnati. And they did indeed get their first win of the season. There had been that big question mark about would Joe Burrow be ready to play for Monday night's primetime event. Indeed, he started the game and actually finished the game. Victory. So that's win 1 of the season. They got a lot of work to do to claw their way back in that division. All right, we'll check in with some of our other friends chiming in out of the box here. Yeah, but after folks across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, you've dealt with what was a multi-day stretch of wet, dreary weather thanks to Ophelia. Good news in sight. Conditions finally drying out in the coming days. Yeah, for those still dealing with the rainstorms, wet weather, Ophelia definitely made its presence felt over the weekend. Steady rains, the bone-chilling northeast breeze. You had temperatures well below normal for this time of year. Rainfall amounts tallied over 2 inches in New York City, many other cities across the Northeast. Many may be wondering when there's going to be a break from the wet weather. Well, one final day of some lingering drizzle may be expected on into today, Tuesday, but there's a glimmer of hope heading into midweek. High pressure is going to sink southward from Canada, settling into the New England region by midweek, and that'll effectively shut down any chances of rain by midweek. And with the return of the dry weather, some sunshine finally returns to the forecast. A taste of fall will definitely be in the air as the cool northeast breeze will keep afternoon highs in the 60s and lower 70s for many across the Northeast. Even midweek overnight lows, you're going to be breaking out the jackets. 40s and 50s will be pretty commonplace. Despite the return of dry weather, there will still be some hazardous conditions to be mindful of for those residents and visitors to the coastal areas. The same area that's going to promote dry weather will also play a role in keeping the blustery northeast winds in place along the area beaches. Days and days of onshore winds have already led to beach erosion from Long Island to the outer banks of the Carolinas. Similar conditions persisting through much of this week. In some towns that were pounded by Ophelia's strong winds over the weekend, additional rounds of tidal flooding are possible this week. Now, the dry conditions won't last very long as a slow-moving storm approaches the west from the west coming up on Thursday. As that storm slowly moves through the region, clouds, showers, the return of those dreary conditions can last into Friday. This may bring a renewed chance for rain for places like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York City later this week. But looking ahead to the weekend, the rain should clear out, high pressure is going to return, and that should bring perfect conditions for outdoor fall activities for next weekend. Something to look forward to. In other words, next weekend will be a whole lot better than the previous weekend as we were kicking off fall officially. Well, hello to Jacob on board. Hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve. The most informed ladies and gentlemen of the Overnight Drive, 62 degrees, Stockbridge, mid-Michigan at this hour. Did you know that 5 out of 4 people are terrible at math? That's good to know. All please stay safe out there, especially for those out on the road. You got it. Be-do checking in. Hello to the Overnight Drive crew. Norman from north central Kansas tonight. Clear skies, sitting at the home 20. Going to be going up to Nebraska this week to pick up the old Baylor. Spent 3 weeks in Colorado. Now it's time to get back to work. Everybody have a good morning out there. 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. Just sat down on the back deck, coffee in hand, Jupiter to the left, about a 3/4 moon to the right, and a dog at my feet. That means it's time to turn it up, nocturnal listeners, and dial it up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, you hear me, Carolina Monkey Gouger? So saddle up, sit back, join the family. Let's roll. Hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. Shorty gets the week started. 79 degrees. It's time for Orlando turnaround. But after this run, it is vacation time till October the 10th. Watch out, Panama City Beach. I guess he's heading your way. Just look for me on a 7-foot lounge chair. Little mama knows to come flip me over every 30 minutes so I don't get toasted. All right. Some beach time coming up there. Panama City Beach. Yeah, beautiful waters there. Who else checks in here? Hello to the milkman. Heavy rain, 60 degrees in Dodgeville, Wisconsin. All right, you're dealing with some of those showers. Sergeant MacGyver checking in. Home 20, Hardin County, Kentucky. 66 and clear. Good morning, Steve. The overnight friends, fans, and family. Safe travels to all those that keep America rolling. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 58 degrees, Yuma, Colorado tonight. Here we are, got that chrome-plated, powerful cow truck resting after the obnoxiously fast trip across the land of Oz. 85 steers from the Show Me State are now eating and drinking in their luxury pen. Special one night only shout out to the Knucklebuster from Five Rivers JBS Cattle Feeders tonight. Hello, Buckeye Boy. Where are we at? Conroe, Texas tonight. 74 degrees. Bengals finally get a win. Pritz hit some pretty hard rain a couple times along I-10 in Louisiana, my least favorite state, where I also got pulled into a scale house and got a full inspection. Got dinged on a bad slack adjuster that had fallen apart but didn't get shut down at least. Tried to get it fixed at the first yellow-colored truck stop, but they were stupid busy, and workers spent more time talking than working. The next yellow truck stop, going westbound in Iowa, Louisiana, got me in, fixed it fairly quickly. I had a truck come over in my lane in Atlanta last week, hit my passenger side mirror, had knocking the cover off of it. When I went to Kenworth to replace it, they charged me $850 for a silver piece of plastic. I'm going to try and find it cheaper. I'm pretty sure I can, but anyway, got to get up pretty early and unload at 0800 hours Central Time. So I'm going to try to hit the rack. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. All right, get some rest. Buckeye Boy, thanks for checking in to kick things off here on a Tuesday morning. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Checking in from Platkill, New York, 62 degrees. All right. Daniel, good morning from Gray Cliff, Montana. There you go. We'll get to some other folks checking in here. Jeffrey's on board there, New York City. All right. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get it underway. What's happening in the news? We'll kick it off after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple of others checking in here. Pappy said, where's Marianne? We're missing you. Yeah, Marianne normally checks in via Facebook, but I can tell you I did get an email here just a few minutes ago, just before showtime, from Marianne, which says, "Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. A special shout-out to the following: Dipsy Driver and Lily from Darla and My Fur Babies. And good morning, Pappy, Buckeye Boy, and Miss Millie." So there you go. Marianne's, she's out there. Good to have you. Thanks for checking in, all right? Copy the mail, 5-7. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. I've been in off and on light showers on 81 in Virginia. Right now, dry 66 in Troutville, Virginia. We had over 3 inches of rain, according to the weather station atop the GMA&B Enterprises skyscraper over the weekend. That would have been compliments of Ophelia. A lot of rain. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, so there you go. Ice Cream Man checks in from King City, California at this hour. Hello to Roy. They're talking maybe some strong storms Tuesday afternoon in northwest Illinois. And Eskimo Mom in the house. Happy Tuesday. Yes, I am in the house. Too many loads combined with not enough drivers means extra work for us. Dispatch called me on my day off and asked if I could come in, so here I am. Doing a 2-stop Lexington pedal tonight. Little drizzle around the home 20. Mostly clear here in Florence, Kentucky at this hour at 67 degrees. All right. Yes, indeed, Ophelia. North Carolina has declared a state of emergency, which in part suspends certain regulations for commercial vehicles. This is a result of the significant impacts from Tropical Storm Ophelia over the weekend. This is in effect through October 22nd. Certain measures are necessary to ensure the protection and safety of North Carolina residents and to coordinate the emergency response along the state and local entities. According to the executive order, the prompt restoration of utility services is essential to the safety and well-being of the state's residents. Under the order, hours of service, size, and weight and permit requirements are waived for vehicles assisting in relief efforts, specifically if you're hauling fuel oil, diesel oil, gasoline, kerosene, propane, liquid petroleum, gas, food, water, medical supplies to residential and commercial establishments. You are covered by this declaration. Now, those transporting livestock, poultry, or crops ready to be harvested also granted relief at the recommendation of the North Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture. The storm's path, difficult to predict too well. We want to ensure farmers, first responders, utility crews have the tools necessary to prepare for severe weather. Now, North Carolina emergency management officials said they're continually monitoring the impacts, and this waiver will make it easier to move the equipment and other resources if necessary. Now, it says exempt vehicles must provide documentation to show their loads are for use in providing direct assistance to the relief efforts. Size and weight exemptions will be allowed on all DOT-designated routes, except for those designated as light traffic roads. All right, we'll get a UAW update. Looks like not a whole lot new to report. When the announcement was made there Friday midday, the UAW was pretty much focusing more on General Motors and Stellantis, kind of sparing Ford from additional strikes, citing that there was definitive progress in some areas. Now, Sunday, Ford did say, despite the fact that progress in some areas has been made, there are still significant gaps to close, as they put it, on key economic issues before they can reach a new labor agreement with the United Auto Workers Union. All right, so a little bit more on that from Ford coming up here. We did see that Ford announcing Monday they are pausing construction of a $3.5 billion electric vehicle battery plant in Michigan until they're confident they can run the factory competitively. This as the company's in the midst of the national contract talks, UAW, which wants to represent workers at battery factories and win them top wages as well. Now, it was back in February, Ford announced plans to build the plant in Marshall, Michigan, employing about 2,500 workers to make lower-cost batteries for a variety of new and existing vehicles. Marshall's about 100 miles west of Detroit, of course, near two major interstate highways. Ford spokesman T.R. Reid confirming Monday that the plant's construction has been paused and spending has been limited at this point in time. There are a number of considerations, he said in an email. We haven't made any final decision about the planned investment there. So I guess those sort of decisions probably are going to come into play when they're working out any sort of final agreement with the UAW. How much are we going to have to pay employees of the battery facility, right? All right, news break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Senator Bob Menendez, indicted on federal bribery and corruption charges last week, is confident he will be exonerated.
I understand how deeply concerning this can be. However, the allegations leveled against me are just that, allegations.
He criticizes hasty judgments based on limited information and emphasizes his right to the presumption of innocence. Menendez remains optimistic about retaining his role as New Jersey's senior senator. President Biden will stand in solidarity with the United Auto Workers this week by joining their picket line. He plans to travel to Michigan on Tuesday, emphasizing support for UAW members in their pursuit of equitable compensation for their contributions. This move follows the union's expansion of strikes to 20 states, prompted by a lack of significant progress in negotiations with the big three automakers regarding a new contract. Skip Kelly, USA News.
Hey there, this is Brant along with Sherry.
Hi.
And maybe you've heard about Medi-Share. Maybe you heard me talking about it. Well, Sherry helps produce these spots about Medi-Share. So people ask us, does this actually work? Is this really a great option for my health care? And honestly, the answer is yes.
Yes,
for real, yes.
And you know what? It's funny, too, because a lot of people are fed up with their current arrangement or they're looking to save money, but they're hesitant, right? I'm like, Medi-Share has been doing this for 30 years. I think you can trust that, right?
You can. Medi-Share really is the gold standard for this healthcare sharing thing, too. And I've done it, you've done it, and people are really happy after they make the switch. I keep talking about the member satisfaction rate. It's real. It's like double that of health insurance.
I have loved it. They're professional, and they care. That in and of itself is refreshing.
We could change your name to Medi-Share.
That's
cool.
That's interesting.
Cool marketing thing.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. You can save a ton and be really happy with it. They're great to talk to. Call them now. They really are. Just call this number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Feel free to dial us up. All right, that would clarify where Marianne is. Dipsy Driver said Marianne just texted him saying her niece's Facebook account was hacked and recommended her not using Facebook at this time. Thus, that's obviously why I got the email. There you go. What is it with Facebook hackers? I don't get what they're trying to accomplish, but nary a day goes by where somebody doesn't post, "Do not accept friend request from me. I've been hacked." Hacked. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve and Company 59 here in our area of the Bluegrass. God bless America. God bless the truckers. And God bless Trump. Everybody be safe, take care, and as always, be blessed. All right, let's see. The UAW Ford is pretty much what we got a bit of an update on. Yeah, saying that there are still, in their word, quote, significant gaps to close. The issues are kind of interconnected and must work within an overall agreement that supports our mutual success. The UAW, of course, Friday cited real progress in talks with the number 2 automaker. They didn't immediately make comment. Now, in contrast to Ford, the UAW expanded the strikes against General Motors and Chrysler's parent Stellantis to 38 parts distribution centers across the country. Not immediately clear if main table bargaining took place with GM and or Stellantis over the weekend. Sean Fain said on Friday that Ford had improved their contract offer, including boosting profit sharing and agreeing to let workers strike over plant closures, but said the union still had serious issues to resolve. The Big Three have proposed 20% raises over the 4.5 years. UAW looking for, I think they may have bumped that from 40% down to 36% increases. Another request about the 32-hour work weeks, the return of defined benefit pensions, and the elimination of wage gaps separating the newer and older employees. Looks like Sleepy Joe's going to be traveling to Michigan today to show support for workers. Going to be visiting a UAW picket line. Donald Trump, of course, will speak in Clinton Township, Michigan on Wednesday about the UAW strike. Of course, GM, as we know, last week was forced to idle the Kansas car plant because of the parts shortage stemming from the strike. That's a temporary furlough of 2,000 workers in Kansas. Stellantis temporarily laid off 68 employees in Ohio. They expect to furlough another 300 workers in Indiana due to the strike. Timing-wise, doesn't specify when that is going to take place. All right, see what's happening with the CNI Dog here. How's your week starting out, dog?
It's good.
Good.
Out here rolling on I-57 South. The weather's good. A little bit of moisture in Chicago area, but that's okay. We need the rain. Built the rivers and the lakes. You were talking about Facebook. For many years, I've been talking about social media and kind of convinced myself and my close friends to kind of shy away from that. A lot of people don't realize that when you do talk, you run filters through your head like, oh, I shouldn't say this, I shouldn't say that. But sometimes when you type something, in my opinion, you might not have the same filters. And like you get very emotional about things and how you feel about things, and you make comments, and like then you hit the enter key, putting it out there on the net, or click the mouse, and then you have tears of regret afterwards. They're like, oh man, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, can I take it back?
Is that right?
Right.
But from what I understand, when you start texting anything, the keystrokes are already implanted into the web. So it's something to think about. That's what I heard. Second thing I want to talk about, kind of tongue-in-cheek, so hopefully nobody gets upset about this one. We've been noticing people get triggered over the smallest things these days, especially on the road. You can see people's attitudes, like they'll drive around on the shoulder, or they'll cut you off or hit the brake. Okay. But you're also seeing that out in the public, and you were mentioning it just yesterday in like football games and stuff like that, sports events. So my buddies and I came up with a term. Back in the day, Roy Rogers was, the cowboy, and his famous horse was named what? Trigger.
Correct.
Okay. So, we're calling it Roy Rogers syndrome because people are so easily triggered. And just tongue-in-cheek, okay? Other than that, I'm having a pretty good day. Hope to have a good week. And if you can, look up the baby food crisis. See if that's 100% cleared up. I don't know if there's anything left on that. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything in the past. Our last grandbaby is way beyond that now, so we're good to go. Enjoy the show.
Very good. All right, CNI Dog, thank you for checking in. Well, you may want to check your Powerball tickets. I can tell you this much. You did not win the grand prize, which was, 700 and some odd million, 785, was it? According to the Powerball website, no winners. Wednesday night's jackpot climbs to $835 million. Now, there were, several $1 million winners, matched the five numbers, but not the Powerball. Had 3 such $1 million winners in the state of Florida and 1 such winning ticket in the state of Oregon. No match 5 plus the Powerball, which would have been a $2 million winner. None there. So, four people, $1 million richer at this hour. $835 million, though, will be the new jackpot for Wednesday night's drawing. That's when they start talking about, okay, it's going to be approaching $1 billion before you know it, right? Good luck. I forgot to purchase my tickets for Monday night's drawing. So I guess I get a bit of a reprieve. The princess would have been angry if I didn't get her tickets. I want tickets. Jolly Green Giant, hello there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I think Jolly finally got his technical problems worked out. I got another new headset, so I went with another Blue Parrot. This one is the 650, and I think that we finally got it worked out where we can listen to the app. Now, the only thing is I need to find out, I heard that you're on Humble. Which apps are you on now? Besides the Overnight Drive app, what other apps are you on?
Well, I mean, you have Rumble, obviously, that is correct. Rumble.com, and Facebook. And that's pretty much
Facebook. Okay,
that's pretty much it, because TNC Radio is kaput, and we. Yeah,
I found out about that. And by the way, let's talk a little bit about Facebook. Yeah, I've seen a lot of problems with the hacking. I do not understand why Facebook does not have some kind of internet security that will stop that stuff. But at the same time, these hackers, they know how to get around that stuff too, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually had people pretending to be my friend, trying to tell me I have won some money, and they're trying to get me to send them money for a check. And first of all, people, it doesn't work that way. And another thing, Publishing Clearinghouse does not call you to tell you you win.
Yep.
They come to your front door.
Yep.
So I've had them to try that little crap, and I'm a little bit too smart for that little deal. And I called Publishing Clearinghouse, and I found out that they've been using your name to steal money from people. So be careful. It's coming through Facebook, and as for why Facebook won't deal with the problem, I do not understand. So really, that's about all that's really going on. I'm running really late tonight, 2 hours late. Maniac is also running late tonight. Both of us get out at 11 o'clock. That means we won't be at our relay point until 3 o'clock tonight. So that means that you've got a captive audience tonight. We'll be listening, and I just want to say I hope everybody's going to be safe tonight. That's really about it for tonight, Steve, but I am going to call in more. I apologize, but I was having technical problems. I think we finally got them worked out. So either way,
that's good.
Have a good night, and I will be listening.
All right. Very good. Jolly Green, thank you for checking in. Yes, the app, of course. I don't mention it enough. For folks that maybe find us via the likes of Facebook or Rumble, which those two locations you can actually get the video feed, which not all that exciting. Steve Summers sitting in a studio, but some people like to watch. Most of the drivers out there prefer not to have their screen lit up when they're driving for fear of getting pulled over. You're not supposed to be watching anything on any sort of a electronic device. So they download the app for the iPhone or the Android, which is, of course, overnightdriveradio.com. You need the .com in there when you go to the Google Play Store or the iPhone, the App Store, as they refer to it, overnightdriveradio.com. And it's a free app to download. And when we kick things off, boom, you hit the button, you hit play, and there you go. Again, that's where most of the drivers out there tend to tune in. All right, we got an update onto the industry headlines this past day. Late in the afternoon this past day, Monday, the FMCSA amended its report in regards to speed limiters. We've known for more than a year that the FMCSA wanted to require speed limiters on commercial vehicles, but we did not know what the top speed was going to be until now. DOT September 23 significant rulemaking report indicates the FMCSA will propose most commercial motor vehicles be speed limited to no faster than 68. According to the report, the requirement would apply to commercial motor vehicles manufactured after model year 2003 and weighing more than 26,000 pounds. They have targeted December 29th for when they expect to publish this supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking. This has been kicked down the road. I mean, a year ago, it was anticipated to be sometime this spring. They announced maybe sometime late this fall. Now, here we are into fall, and they update nearly the end of the year. Once that is published, the public will have an opportunity to file comments once again. This supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking will help to ensure that commercial motor vehicles subject to its requirements are operated safely. According to the rulemaking's report, this notice of proposed rulemaking supersedes the notice that was jointly issued by the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration back in 2016. Of course, we all know OOIDA and most of those drivers out there that submitted comments to the tune of, 15,000 comments opposing a speed limiter mandate. OOIDA President Todd Spencer, forcing trucks to speeds below the flow of traffic increases interactions between vehicles, which leads to more crashes. It'll be like an obstacle course for passenger vehicle drivers on the highways. This is not safe for truckers, but especially not safe for passenger vehicle drivers sharing the road with trucks. The unintended consequences of this misguided regulations will ultimately cost innocent lives. That was his statement. Now, we know the safety groups, Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, all the letter and number groups had proposed, they were advocating a 60 mile per hour top speed for trucks. So it could be worse, but 68? What do you think? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, not exactly sure where this is going to go. I touched on a story about a week ago. Recall where it was a small step trying to organize a subsidiary of the trucking giant Werner Enterprises. Recall that? Update. The Teamsters filed a petition with the National Labor Relations Board Friday to unionize all 13 truck drivers at an Erie, Pennsylvania terminal of ECM Transport. Later that day, ECM Transport terminated 4 employees, according to the Teamsters Local 397. These 4 workers were involved in organizing the ECM terminal with the local Teamsters chapter, according to the union. Terminating employees who organize a union is illegal under the National Labor Relations Act. ECM Transport is a subsidiary of trucking giant Werner. Werner acquired an 80% stake in ECM in 2021 for $142 million. Of course, Werner generated $3.3 billion in revenue last year. Transport Topics has them ranked as the number 17 largest for-hire trucking company. Now, Local 397 believes these drivers were fired because they engaged in concerted, protected activities and because ECM desires to discourage the other drivers from unionizing. That, according to an employment lawyer's counsel for Local 397, Ernest Orsatti, an attorney at the Quartini Law Group out of Pittsburgh, said he will file unfair labor practice charges with the National Labor Relations Board if the regional NLRB office decides to file a complaint. A federal judge will preside over a trial that may deem this termination illegal. In that case, ECM would be forced to rehire those employees with full back pay and benefits. Now, according to FreightWaves, neither Werner nor ECM responded to request for comment on that. But, we've seen some of these battles over the years when it comes to unionizing efforts. Companies going to great lengths to prevent union organization for their employees. So again, we'll see where that goes. About 5 before the hour, it is 844-844-3388. Short tidbit. Where are prices at the pump going? We should know later today. Typically, we get the Monday release from the Energy Information Administration, then the numbers come down from ProMiles, where pump prices have gone over the past week. A quick blurb this past day from the Chief Executive Officer of Continental Resources, Doug Lawler, said, quote, "That's going to send a shock through the system." Now, Continental Resources, the shale drilling giant controlled by billionaire Harold Hamm, who was speaking to Bloomberg News this past day, stating that crude oil prices are set to remain elevated and could press to $120 to $150 a barrel range without new production coming online. More price pressure is coming, he said, unless policies are put in place to encourage more output. Of course, we're not getting that from this administration. West Texas Intermediate crude, the U.S. benchmark, edged slightly back below $90 a barrel Monday, but is still up more than 34% from its 52-week low that was hit back on March the 17th. Brent crude, the global benchmark, has rallied 30% from a 52-week low when it was at $71.84 per barrel back in June. Now, Lawler said he thought oil absolutely would hit the $100 per barrel threshold, but that he expects to see continued volatility in the $80 to $100 per barrel price environment. But yes, he's correct. If prices were to spike 120 or higher, that would indeed send a shock through the system. All right, we'll close out hour number one. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. Got a Tuesday coming on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden is urging Congress to swiftly pass funding legislation and avert a month-end shutdown.
A small group of extreme House Republicans, they don't want to live up to that deal, and everyone in America could be faced with paying a price for that.
He emphasizes the importance of House Republicans honoring the bipartisan agreement that was negotiated with Speaker Kevin McCarthy in May. He says there will be potential harm to everyday Americans in the event of a government shutdown. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will engage in a 90-minute red state versus blue state debate. It's going to be moderated by Fox News host Sean Hannity on November 30th in Georgia. The two governors, known for their public disputes and policy critiques, are set to face off after years of disagreements. Senator Bob Menendez is speaking out for the first time since being federally indicted on bribery and corruption charges last week.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
He condemns snap judgments made with incomplete information and stresses his right to the presumption of innocence. San Francisco's African American Reparations Advisory Committee has proposed recommendations to the Board of Supervisors urging action. Their suggestions: a $5 million one-time payment, guaranteed home ownership, back pay for labor, and property reimbursements. Critics cite constitutional and financial concerns, saying it would bankrupt the city. If passed, it would make San Francisco the first U.S. city to enact reparations. Tonight's Powerball drawing offers a staggering estimated jackpot of $785 million. The colossal prize marks the fourth largest in the game's history, following no jackpot winners in Saturday's drawing. The cash value of the prize amounts to nearly $370 million. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audion hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audion hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
A new poll indicates that voters are against a Biden-Trump rematch in 2024. A nationwide survey conducted by NBC News reveals that over 40% of respondents hold very negative sentiments toward both candidates. Pollsters note that 74% expressed worries about President Biden's age, while 62% have concerns regarding Trump's 4 impending criminal trials. During a campaign stop in South Carolina, former President Trump said he wanted to buy a handgun. A video from his spokesperson shows Trump at a gun store examining a Glock.
I got to buy one. Sir, if you want one. No, I want to buy one.
However, his spokesperson did clarify that he did not make a purchase, just rather expressed interest in wanting a gun. Trump, currently on a campaign tour in South Carolina, maintains a significant lead over other GOP candidates. President Biden will stand in solidarity with United Auto Workers this week by joining their picket line. He plans to travel to Michigan Tuesday, emphasizing support for UAW members in their pursuit of equitable compensation for their work. The move follows the union's expansion of strikes to 20 states, prompted by a lack of significant progress in negotiations with the big three automakers. FEMA is planning a test of the National Alert System on October 4th. The test of the Nationwide Emergency Alert System and Wireless Emergency Alert System will be going out at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time next Wednesday. The alert will be sent through phone, radio, television, and cable systems. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. As we kick off round number 2. So we'll close out a Monday and call it a Tuesday. As time zone to time zone, looking at the 26th day of September here. Wow. Hey, who else on board? Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, Mr. Summers. Getting ready for that pre-trip, and we're going to roll on to Phoenix from Anthony, Texas. All right, so got another overnight run coming on. All right, safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Very good to have you on board. Hello, Rick, Columbus, Ohio. Getting an early start today, right? Hope everybody had a safe, awesome day yesterday. Said he's feeling a lot better than he was a couple of days. Must have had some sort of bug. And Houday. All right, yeah, Bengals get their first win. That's a start. Hey, you recall about a week ago we were talking about potentially what they called a home brew system, which indeed did ultimately come to fruition, garnering the name Ophelia that raked the eastern seaboard over the weekend. Forecasters at AccuWeather say tropical development could once again take shape in waters near the U.S., close behind the home brew of Ophelia. There's a zone from the northwest Caribbean to the south central and southeastern Gulf of Mexico that warrants a close watch for tropical development through here the end of September. Now, even if a named storm does not form, tropical moisture from this region could continue to fuel downpours and thunderstorms in parts of the southeast in the coming days. This is going to lead to coastal hazards along the eastern seaboard, regardless of whether an organized system develops. Forecasters refer to tropical systems that tend to form near the U.S. coast as a home brew. Now, the area where a tropical system may slowly take shape this week is located just south of a stalled front left behind in the wake of Ophelia. Stalled fronts near the southeastern U.S. are potential formation areas for these sort of systems. Satellite data already showing a broad zone of slowly rotating clouds, showers, and thunderstorms in the northwestern Caribbean as of Monday morning. Now, with the combination of that stalled front and tropical moisture, including a tropical disturbance or a tropical wave, that's going to lead to clusters, showers, thunderstorms from Central America, Cuba, and Jamaica to southwestern Mexico, parts of Florida, and much of the northern Gulf Coast of the U.S. this week. This part of the Atlantic Basin has not been recently churned up by a tropical system in many weeks. Upwelling created by storms like hurricanes tend to bring cooler water up from the depths, making further tropical development a bit more difficult. But waters in this region are sufficiently warm enough to support development this week and even into next week. Temperatures generally near the 80-degree mark. All right, despite the warm water, rapid organization is not likely, they tell us. There are some factors working against development. Wind shear is one of those factors. Any system that emerge may remain weak or may not be fully tropical in nature, could become more of a tropical, non-tropical hybrid. Either way, organization will probably be very slow with this system. Now, steering breezes may cause this to wander west or northwest initially this week, before maybe turning back to the northeast toward Florida later on. These homebrew systems often offer little time to prepare, should one catch on like Ophelia did. And Ophelia, as a tropical rainstorm, and provided accurate track and information. They were given days of information from the National Hurricane Center, but as you recall, it nearly made hurricane status. Sustained winds had jumped up to 70 miles per hour just before coming ashore there early Saturday morning. Now, the other areas we had been talking about, Felipe has developed out there, and another brewing tropical system over the central Atlantic. Right now, looks like they're not going to be any concern. Likely to stay away from the Caribbean, away from Bermuda, and away from North America. So the only thing really concerned with the tropics right now is a potential homebrew system. Our number, 844-844-3388. Update from Eskimo Mom. She had shared the story from Piqua, Ohio last week, where they were doing firefighter training and they were burning lithium-ion batteries, which had people kind of saying, we don't want to be breathing this stuff. Looks like the training is ending. The city of Piqua shared on social media that Energy Storage Response Group, LLC, has agreed to immediately cease operations at the Piqua Public Training Facility. The company will vacate the site in the next 60 days, according to city officials. This after community members raised concerns about the burning of lithium-ion batteries in the city's former water treatment plant. It was firefighter training. Last Thursday, members of the Ohio EPA, the Regional Air Control Agency, met with city officials to better understand the battery burning process that was happening at that location, evaluating their compliance and whether any permits were needed if this was going to continue. The visit did not result in the city's burning permit being revoked. Instead, the city and the Energy Storage Response Group just agreed to cease the burning at that particular facility. All right, couple of updates for you there here on a Tuesday morning. Knuckle Buster, what kind of baloney we got this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and a happy National Pancake Day to you, buddy. I can guarantee you I can eat me some pancakes with some real maple syrup, not that fictitious stuff they sell down there in the grocery store. So, it's also National Johnny Appleseed Day. I don't even know if that story is true or not, and there ain't nobody alive today even knew Johnny Appleseed. So, I don't know. What do you think?
I never knew Johnny Appleseed.
Yeah, I know it. Well, I want to congratulate them Bengals there for beating them Los Angeles Rams 19-16. Did Joe play?
Yes, he did. Yes.
Oh, that's why they won then. Okay, that's a good deal. Well, I want to congratulate the Eagles, too. They beat them Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield, I don't know whether he showed up or not. So that's just the way that is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any Given Sunday. Wasn't that the name of the movie?
That is correct. And in this case, Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I read where McDonald's worker shares secrets in a TikTok video. I didn't watch the video, but I can guarantee you McDonald's is not fresh-made food. They were talking about how the pancakes come already made, and they just zap them in the microwave. Burger King does that with their burgers. They're already made up. They just warm them back up when you order one in the microwave there. So, Cracker Barrel's not eating fresh food. Tennessee and I stopped at that one over in Clarksville, Tennessee one morning, and she ordered some pancakes. I don't think it was National Pancake Day that day, but anyway, see, them pancakes were frozen rock hard, and that woman was saying, well, they just made them fresh. Yeah, right.
Fresh out of the freezer, right?
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, them Washington Commanders, they got themselves in some more trouble. That's a fitting name for oppressors, is what this American group of Indians says. They've done filed a lawsuit against them, too. So, well, it's all about the money, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Well, you reckon they gonna get two on Menendez there and make him resign?
It's an interesting scenario. I mean, I understand how they say, as we all, innocent until proven guilty. He's trying to say it's just accusations, but I mean, when you look at, I don't know, you got $500,000 in cash just kind of laying around your house, stuffed in jacket pockets and whatnot, some gold bars sitting around the house.
And I ain't got none of that laying around my house there. If I did, I ain't found it yet, sir, right? Mm-hmm. I read where an off-duty Texas trooper, he shot his neighbor because he believed he was trying to break into his apartment, Steve. But he shot him through the door. He didn't even bother opening the door to see who he was. He just picked his gun up and boom. I mean, if you're a state trooper, don't you have enough common sense to open the door and flash your badge and say, what are you trying to do, break into my house before you shoot somebody? Hell, and we got some good news today, Steve. Hot Dog, the Wienermobile is back after a short-lived name change. That stupid name they had is gone, and it's back to being the Wienermobile. So, anyway, that's all my bull on it for this go-around. I'll call in a little later on. We'll see what else we can come up with.
All right, I'm trying to remember. What they changed it to, was it Frankfurter or something like that? I can't recall, but...
Yeah, it was some weird name. I only knew it as the Wienermobile. So
it's been the Wienermobile.
Which was an Oscar Mayer Wiener. That is
exactly. All our lives, it's been the Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles, not a Frankfurter. All right, 18 past the hour. You don't want to jump to conclusions, right? Because we're saying the same thing about Donald Trump. I mean, just. Yeah, innocent until proven guilty. He's got guilty. There are allegations. There are charges. We expect him to have his opportunity, his day in court, right? I suppose we should say the same about anyone else facing charges. It just, you look at the circumstances. It will play out. But Menendez claiming this past morning that he had withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash over the past 30 years after federal prosecutors indicted him on bribery allegations following the purported discovery of $480,000 cash and more than $100,000 in gold bars during a search of his home last summer. So we had a press conference that NewJersey.com noted was at the Hudson Community College, Union City, New Jersey campus. For 30 years, he said, I've withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I've kept for emergencies, and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba, calling the allegations baseless, claimed in his first public appearance since the indictment came down last Friday, right? Now, he said, now this may seem old-fashioned, but these were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years. U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York, Friday announced that Menendez and his wife, indicted on 3 counts each for an allegedly corrupt relationship that they're accused of engaging in with 3 New Jersey businessmen. It is through that relationship that they're alleged to have accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars, gold, cash, and other bribes in exchange for using Menendez's power and influence as a senator, not only to protect and enrich those men, but to benefit Egypt, the Arab Republic of Egypt. That's what the allegations are. I don't know if I had access to larger sums of money. I myself probably wouldn't be leaving it all in the bank. I would keep some out for a rainy day, as we so often talk about. What happens when there's a massive power grid issue, a solar flare, the ATMs go down, the electronic transactions end, If you ain't got nothing in hand, you're pretty much SOL. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I know Shorty's going to be heading to Panama City here in a couple days. Anybody got Jamaica on plans for a island vacation anytime soon? I don't know how many people do Jamaica vacations. I don't know that they're big on like the all-inclusive resorts. I do know that Jamaica is a popular destination for cruise interest, the cruising industry. Yeah, we've been to Jamaica, well, one or two times over the years on various cruises. So maybe if you're going to be taking a cruise and Jamaica's one of your stops, health authorities in Jamaica over the weekend issuing warnings about a dengue fever outbreak. More than 500 suspected or confirmed cases so far. The dominant strain is dengue type 2, which last predominated back in 2010, according to the health ministry, adding that there are no dengue-related deaths classified at this point in time. However, they did stress six deaths are under investigation. As of September 22nd, 565 confirmed, suspected, and presumed cases of dengue fever, a virus that's spread by certain species of mosquitoes. 78 confirmed cases so far in Jamaica's capital of Kingston, as well as in St. Thomas and St. Catherine parishes. Meanwhile, approximately 500 temporary vector control workers have been engaged and deployed across the island to some of the high-risk communities, along with several hundred permanent workers. They've declared a dengue fever outbreak for all of Jamaica, September 23rd. That means the country has seen an increase in the number of cases compared to what's normally seen during this time of the year. The ministry called on people to not use non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like aspirin, ibuprofen, to treat suspected cases or symptoms. They said that those medications can actually make the symptoms worse. Health officials said that acetaminophen, commonly known by the brand name Tylenol, can alleviate some of the symptoms. So no aspirin, no ibuprofen, but acetaminophen, that's odd. But this particular type of mosquito breeds in any containerized environment that holds water, buckets, tires, animal feed containers, barrels. People are being urged, do your part to get the water where these mosquitoes can breed. Try to clear that. Clear any debris. The breeding sites, wear protective clothing, use the insect repellent, stay indoors as much as possible. Wow, that's crazy. All right, find out the places where mosquitoes breed, prevent water from gathering in those areas. Use tiki fish in stagnant water like pools, and the fish will eat the mosquito larvae, preventing their life cycle. U.S. Center for Disease Control said the dengue virus can be spread to people via the bite of an infected mosquito. These mosquitoes tend to populate tropical, subtropical areas, but a lot of folks don't even develop symptoms, but about 1 in 4, I believe they said, can develop severe conditions. It takes about a week or so to recover, apparently. All right, Gilligan will be checking in here. What's on your mind as we roll into a Tuesday? Hope your week's off to a good start. It's 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Latest in the polling. Lots to cover on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Congress to steer clear of a potential government shutdown looming at the end of the month. He's calling on House Republicans to honor the bipartisan funding agreement that he brokered with Speaker McCarthy back in May. During a campaign stop in South Carolina, former President Trump said he wanted to buy a handgun. A video from his spokesperson shows Trump at a gun store examining a Glock.
I got to buy one. Sir, if you want one, no, I want to buy one.
However, his spokesperson clarified that he did not make a purchase. He was just expressing interest in wanting a gun. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will engage in a 90-minute red state versus blue state debate. It's going to be moderated by Fox News host Sean Hannity and held on November 30th. That debate will take place in Georgia. John Schaefer, USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're going to love it, and you're going to love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it. Let's see. Gilligan getting the week started here. How was your weekend, Gilligan?
I think you got Marianne instead of Gilligan.
Oh, Marianne. I apologize. Well, hello, Marianne.
Oh, Steve, how the heck are you, Steve?
Doing well.
I'm doing okay now that I got rid of a rat. I'm getting rid of a rash because her sister bugged me to trim around a tree, and I probably shouldn't have listened to her.
So, you're Marianne in the house, right? So, is it? Was it your daughter's Facebook that got hacked, or your Facebook, or
No, my nieces.
your niece?
No, my nieces. My nieces. My niece.
Okay.
She got hacked, and I do not know. She was trying to work this out, and she, I think she's got to wait like 24 hours to maybe get in there and recover her account. She was trying.
Yeah.
She came over to her house and was trying to get on there, and of course, she wasn't using very good language, but she was not happy. I'm like, great. That's her for you. I'm supposed to get back surgery the 18th of October, but we'll see. I got that scope last month, and no more of those.
Oh,
no
really?
More of those.
No fun, huh?
Oh, gosh, are you kidding me? You know what they do to you? They spray your nose with some stuff up the one side of your nostril, and then you get this clear thing. You finally get this clear stuff put in there, and then it burns the back of your throat, and it is bad. I didn't think I was going to be able to taste my Coca-Cola when we went out to dinner. I was like, really?
Not a comfortable experience.
Oh, no. He said I was an unusual case. He had a bow tie on and glasses and snow white hair, and I swear it reminded me of Bill Nye, a Science Guy.
There you go.
Because he came in there and he's like, I didn't even look at some of it. He goes, well, you can do it. You can get your surgery. You just tell them they got to use number 5 tube. Okay. Use number 5? 10. And I got to go for an echocardiogram Wednesday because my doctor wants me to do that because I guess he wants to be thorough because of the fact that my right foot was kind of swelled up, and so he went through the chest x-rays and the 3 tubes of blood. Those were okay. And then, so now I got to do that Wednesday, take pictures of my heart. I'm like, I don't need to fall apart anymore. I'm done with that. This is enough.
So did you say they've got you slated for the back surgery next month?
Yes.
You're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the 18th.
Okay.
Yeah. 9 days after my mom's birthday. My mom would have been like 96. Yeah.
Well, very good. Well, that'll be my wife's. That'll be the princess's birthday. That's October 18th. That's her birthday.
Wow. Well, happy birthday to her belated. Early.
Yeah, early birthday. Yeah, and I celebrate mine a couple days before that. We all get to celebrate about the same time. I got the 15th. She's got the 18th.
Ah. And Darla's got the 21st for her birthday for December. She'll be 12.
Oh, little Darla. Okay. Well, Marianne, good to hear from you. Since you can't chime in on Facebook, I guess you wanted to give everybody a shout out, let them know you're doing okay.
Yeah, I want to let them know I'm doing okay because I had to use your overnight drive app, and I think the auto said just being I like to listen, I do, but I like to see it and be able to comment, but I didn't want to. Because of those stupid hackers.
Right.
I don't understand hackers. I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't get them.
What the purpose is, I'm not sure. I guess some people do use Facebook and make purchases, and they're well, as Jolly Green said, they'll sometimes try to send you messages. Hi, how are you today? And you'll respond. They got you. Actually had an individual who was a friend, supposedly friend on Facebook, but I guess he got hacked. And so they used his friends list, which I would have been on the friends list. And he tried to send me like a message, a personal message in Messenger saying, my Facebook got hacked, and I need you to help me out by sending me a code to get my Facebook back. And I thought that was a new one on me. I said, I've never heard of such a thing, but I responded to him on Messenger. What can I do for you? And that's when he kind of explained. He said, I'm going to get you an email, send you an email, and you need to send me that code when you get the email. Okay, so I knew something didn't sound right. So next thing you know, I get an email, and it's actually from Facebook. As someone using my email address requesting a change to my password. What he wanted me to send him was that code to be able to get into my Facebook account. So I was on to the gig. I clicked on, I did not request a change of password. And then 3 or 4 days passed, I get another email saying, you've requested a change of password. Enter this code. I think I got 4 or 5 attempts from someone trying to get me to enter it. Each time I said I did not request a password change. Had I sent the guy that code, and I mean, a lot of people may not figure it out, thinking I was initially thought somebody, a friend on Facebook, actually needed some help. It was all a scam, trying to get my Facebook password to get into my account. Got to be careful. All right, what do we got here? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Under industry headlines, truckload carriers across the country saw a sharp rise in cargo thefts during the second quarter. Thieves targeting everything from electronic goods to food and beverage products, construction materials. Verisk Analytics from CargoNet that tracks voluntarily reported cargo thefts said there were 566 incidents in the U.S. and 16 in Canada in the second quarter alone. That's a 57% year-over-year increase. In total, thieves stole $44 million in goods in the second quarter. The average shipment value per event, nearly $100,000 to $260,000 per theft, as the cargo thieves focused on high-value shipments, according to CargoNet. Thefts most common, California, Texas, Florida, and Illinois. In comparison, visibility and risk management platform Overhaul's data showed 123 cargo thefts reported during the quarter, a year-over-year increase of 15%. Now, the average value loss per incident reported from Overhaul during the second quarter was $428,000, 55% higher compared to the first quarter of the year. Overhaul and CargoNet officials said while they gather and report cargo theft data, each firm collects information from various sources and focuses on different parts of the supply chain. They also have a different number of clients or users who actually self-report these incidents. The majority of cargo thefts in the second quarter of this year occurred near warehouses and distribution centers, along with unsecured parking lots and company truck yards. Danny Ramon, an intelligence and response manager at Overhaul, said when trucks park in places that are publicly accessible, those places are what they designate as unsecured parking lots. There's no standard industry definition of what an unsecured lot is, but a truck could be parked at, say, a Target or Walmart parking lot, the truck stop, a rest area on a highway, restaurants. All those types of places are what we consider unsecured parking, according to Ramon. All right, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Knucklebuster brought up none other than Johnny Appleseed. And thank you. Vic did, I guess he did a little search quickly. And he shares American folklore full of larger-than-life heroes. But for those like myself who've been out of school for a long time, it's difficult to remember which ones were fictional and which were actually real historic figures who over time came to be credited with fanciful deeds. Paul Bunyan, the gigantic lumberjack, right? Daniel Boone, the frontier explorer. Real. Paul Bunyan, by the way, was fictional. John Henry, the steel driver, not real. But he may have been based on a real person or multiple people whose nicknames have kind of disappeared into legend. What about Johnny Appleseed, the outdoorsman who said to have traveled on foot across the country planting apple trees? He was a real person, actually, although some aspects of his life were kind of mythological, blown out of proportion. John Chapman, born in Massachusetts, 1774. Not much known about his early life except that his mother died when he was young and his father fought in the American Revolutionary War. He planted his first apple tree nurseries in the Allegheny Valley in Pennsylvania about 1798. Then began traveling west through Ohio, planting as he went, walking for miles every day, sleeping outdoors. He kept well ahead of the pioneers, showing a knack for predicting where they would settle and planting nurseries in those spots. Important to note that the apple trees that Chapman planted produced mostly cider apples, not the dessert and cooking varieties that most of us are accustomed to seeing in the grocery store. Cider apples are the small, not very pleasant to eat, but they can be used to produce hard cider, the alcoholic beverage that was a staple of the American diet, believe it or not, especially for pioneers who didn't always have access to sanitary drinking water. So Johnny Appleseed, real character. Well, speaking of Vic, Vic's on board here. What's happening?
Whenever Knucklebuster brought that up, it brought back memories as a kid. I don't know if that was the old crab apple trees or not, but they were the thorniest things, and we would be out and eat those things, and they would make your mouth pucker up like crazy.
Yep, I remember.
Why we ate them, I don't know.
Oh,
You're still there?
We had a big what kind of apple was that? We had a big apple tree like that. They were rather small. Some of them, I mean, were not in very good shape. But I mean, yeah, Grandpa would go out there and pick them off the tree and shine them up, and we'd eat them. But yeah, they would make you. They were sour, big time.
Right. But you know, it was the thing you do as a kid, out wandering around and didn't want to go home and eat lunch. And anyway, but what I was calling about was the modern day problem of this hacking and other people trying to promote this cashless society. And I don't know how many times they've tried, they put chips on credit cards and debit cards and everything else. And it seems like every time they come up with something, these scamsters, they wind up basically beating them to the punch, I guess is the easiest way to say it. They put these skimmers and different things, and I just don't really understand how they're going to go to this cashless society and get rid of these hackers. So far, I've been able to stay ahead of them a little bit, but like I was telling you, they've tried to. Today, I got a call from somebody telling me that on one of my credit cards, I had such a great payment record that I could get 0% interest if I would just call this number. It's like, you've got to be kidding me, but it just goes on and on and on forever. And that was really what I was mentioning is, on the one hand, we have people pushing for us to use all this plastic in a cashless society, and they know all the risk involved. And I don't know, it just, no matter where you look, there are these people that are getting the cart ahead of the horse. I don't care with all the different things that they're trying to basically push on us. And whenever you were mentioning about hacking there on Facebook, so when I went through that lawsuit, part of the discovery process was they wanted to have all my social media accounts. Well, I never had any social media accounts. And one of the reasons was because I just didn't want them going by the people on the other side in their discovery process, trying to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb to see something that they could basically. And and that was basically what I was calling in again about, that we have so much of our life exposed out there, and then when you use the social media, it just opens it up more, and all it takes is just one time. Sometimes you get in a hurry in a day or something or whatever, and before you think, you respond to something, and then that opens up a whole new can of worms that you have to deal with. That was basically what I was calling in again. But real quick, when I went back and listened to what I said last night, and I said what I meant was Ukraine was supposed to come up, not Russia, but Ukraine is supposedly about ready to break through over there. I guess Russia, before they get their money, they were supposed to come up with a plan to how they were going to use everything. It wasn't just going to be a blank check that they were going to get, which Biden, I guess, has apparently been doing. I believe McCarthy basically said they had to come up with some sort of a strategic plan and decide what they were going to get. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that. And then I don't know if you looked at that YouTube video thing. I was just going to show you the difference between today's turbos and the old turbos that they were using, several years ago. It was amazing. the difference on that. I don't know if you opened that up or not, but they were on it, and it's not the turbos of today's are not the turbos of the old days, and they don't use the same system. You know, they're sealed up tight and everything else. So anyway, I think that or the other thing you were talking about last night was these weapons out in California or something and everything. You know, there are places in California that the county sheriffs can't even go because the cartels control them, and it's amazing. I can't remember the exact. There's a national forest in one of the counties out there, but some of the cartels actually control certain areas of California now. So, and the amazing thing is that all that's going on and all across the United States, you have a trouble or wild boar population, and people do use those assault rifles for those things because they can get very vicious. So when people are talking about the no gun, and actually I've seen a thing over the weekend where the guy was harvesting corn, and the wild boars, I guess they'd kind of ruined the crop. They were out there getting in front of his combine and everything else. I didn't really watch the whole thing, but I know that wild boars are a problem.
Absolutely. And if you get a bunch of them around you, you might need more than 10 rounds before you got to reload. That was the whole 10-round thing in California. All right, we got to pause there. News break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A recent poll indicates that voters are against a Biden-Trump rematch in 2024. A nationwide survey conducted by NBC News has revealed that more than 40% of respondents hold very negative sentiments toward both candidates. Pollsters also noted that 74% expressed worries about President Biden's age, while 62% have concerns regarding Trump's 4 impending criminal trials. President Biden urging Congress to swiftly pass funding legislation as the clock ticks toward a month-end government shutdown.
A small group of extreme House Republicans, they don't want to live up to that deal, and everyone in America could be faced with paying the price for that.
The president emphasized the importance of House Republicans honoring the bipartisan agreement he negotiated with Speaker Kevin McCarthy in May. During a campaign stop in South Carolina, former President Trump said he wanted to buy a handgun. A video from his spokesperson shows Trump at a gun store examining a Glock.
I got to buy 45. Sir, if you want one. No, I want to buy one.
However, his spokesperson clarified that he did not make a purchase. He just expressed interest in wanting a gun. Trump, currently on a campaign tour in South Carolina, maintains a significant lead over other GOP candidates. Senator Bob Menendez, indicted on federal bribery and corruption charges, is confident he'll be exonerated.
I understand how deeply concerning this can be. However, the allegations leveled against me are just that. Allegations.
Speaking for the first time today, he criticized hasty judgments based on limited information and emphasized his right to the presumption of innocence. He also remains optimistic about retaining his role as New Jersey's senior senator. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will engage in a 90-minute red state versus blue state debate. It'll be moderated by Fox News host Sean Hannity on November 30th in Georgia. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audien hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audien hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
Mexico has reached an agreement with the U.S. to help curb the number of migrants crossing the border.
A record-breaking 233,000 people crossed the border illegally in August. Jeff Van Drew, a Republican from New Jersey and member of the House Judiciary Committee, told Fox News there's only one reason Democrats would do this.
They want to flood these people in here. They eventually want to give these people the right to vote, and they eventually want to increase the Electoral College in their favor.
That's Corey Myers reporting. The Writers Guild of America and major Hollywood studios have reached a preliminary agreement to address the ongoing writer strike. Picketing was halted as of Sunday night. While union members await a formal vote to officially conclude the strike, actors will maintain their strike until the SAG-AFTRA union also reaches an agreement with the studios. FEMA is planning a test of the National Alert System on October 4th. The test of the Nationwide Emergency Alert System and Wireless Emergency Alert System will be going out at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time next Wednesday. The alert will be sent through phone, radio, television, and cable systems and is scheduled to last about 1 minute. The purpose of the test is to ensure that the systems are still an effective way to warn the public about national emergencies. And tonight's Powerball drawing is offering a staggering estimated jackpot of $785 million. It's the fourth largest in the game's history. The cash value, $370 million. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Again, trust your week's off to a good start. Closing out a Monday, a Tuesday coming on. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. I think Roy shared with me maybe a little more to the story as far as Ford pausing construction of that multi-billion-dollar electric vehicle battery plant, which they announced on Monday. I shared earlier that they're going to pause construction. In the statement to Fox Business, work on the factories paused, spending limited, but declined to pinpoint the exact considerations that factored into that decision. Like there's maybe a bit more to the story, because what I had was kind of alluding to the ongoing strike with the UAW, and the UAW wanting to represent workers that would ultimately, like 2,500 working at that particular battery facility. But Fox Business makes it sound like there's a bit more of a plot in the mix here. In the fact that they've teamed up with a Chinese company with ties to the Chinese Communist Party. That may indeed actually be paying a big part of this. Ford made the announcement ceremony earlier this year, investing $3.5 billion with a B to build the plant. Marshall, Michigan, said they'd reached an agreement with Contemporary Amperex Technology, a China-based firm, to manufacture battery cells at the plant using services provided by the Chinese company. Now, Democrats, including Governor Gretchen Whitmer, applauded Ford's announcement. Since it was unveiled in February, Republicans and national security experts, though, have blasted the company for teaming up with a Chinese firm with ties to the Chinese Communist Party on such a major investment. The plan had been considered for Virginia, though it never reached a final discussion stage. Republican Governor Youngkin opposed the plant over China's potential influence in the plant and argued that the Chinese Communist Party would have full operational control over the technology. So when you hear an announcement from the likes of Ford that they're going to be investing, building a big facility here in the USA, it sounds like we're creating jobs, doing good things for American industry. But I guess in the long run, the Chinese Communist Party is going to reap the benefits of a multi-billion-dollar investment here. Okay, so that's one we'll continue to watch. Kentucky Ken, on the road are we?
On the road in New Mexico, just on I-10 West. I just went through it was a border crossing, all vehicles. It was about, probably about the 120 mile stick on I-10 West. All vehicles had to exit. And there was probably 8 to 10 border officers working the post, and they waved us through. And have never been through one of those, but it was that's probably 30 miles outside of El Paso, and that Anthony where we stayed or slept today, that was like right on the New Mexico border. But I guess I was a little bit shocked that it wasn't, if they were going to have that checkpoint, it would have been further down towards El Paso, but it was probably 30 miles into New Mexico. But that was a little different. But I've never been to any where they waived every vehicle, off the highway through this checkpoint. And there were, like I said, several officers working and got waved through on the truck side, but all good, but just a little different. Other than that, I was real happy. I got to listen to part of the Bengals win. I woke up to listen to it on the on my tablet on iHeart, and then I was really happy they got the win. They absolutely needed the win.
Yes,
for sure.
Yep.
So, and that takes a lot of guts. That just tells you the type of individual Joe Burrow is. That man wants to win, and I could see several professionals saying, "No, I'm not going to take a chance on aggravating or whatever." He wants to win. There's no doubt in my mind. He's just got that drive. That's awesome. So I was happy about that. But no, other than that, we got about 330 more miles to roll, and we'll get checked in the morning and unload and do her again, my friend. Then we're going to, where are we going after that? We're going to L.A. and then San Fran. So we'll get this West. Yeah, I know, right?
What do you think now? You think would you rather be in New York City or San Francisco, California?
Well, I've never been to San Fran, and I've only been to L.A. That one run I had to Inglewood, which was just right outside L.A. I'm not really crazy about going to either one of them. I got to do what I got to do. So we'll get through it, and then, like I said, we get through those next two, then we're off to Utah and back towards the Midwest before we go Canada bound. So we'll get through it. Give me 3 days. Give me some prayers for 3 days to get me out of California, and I'll be a happy camper. I'll give you a comparison. New York to San Fran and L.A. I haven't mapped it yet or looked at it. I just do one at a time. So I'll start studying where we're going in L.A.
Yeah, boy. All right. That'll be an interesting report. I mean, just watch out. I mean, careful where you're walking there in San Fran. You might step in. It ain't dog crap. It'd be human crap right there in the streets. And watch out for the hypodermic needles. I hear it's a beautiful place this time of year, right? All right, clear lines here on a Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Times have been a bit tough for the trucking industry in 2023. According to WISH-TV, a Southern Indiana trucking and logistics business in operation for more than 80 years filed for bankruptcy protection. Evansville-based Elmer Bukta Trucking is seeking Chapter 11 protection. This filing in the U.S. District Court in Indianapolis says the company has $5.5 million in assets and $26.3 million in liabilities. FMCSA records show the company that began in Otwell, Indiana, has 100 drivers, 236 vehicles. Louis Capolino of Apollo, Florida, is listed as president and manager of the company. FreightWaves reports the company, founded in 1938, offered bulk, dry van, and pneumatic truck services. The bankruptcy filing less than 9 months after the private equity firm Transport Acquisitions acquired Elmer Bukta Trucking from the Wright Family Investment Group, which had purchased the business in 2008. Elmer Bukta Trucking's website said the largest bulk transporter and one of the largest transporters serving the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator electrical grid. Otwell, Indiana, an unincorporated community in Pike County, about halfway between Bloomington and Evansville. Yeah, so another company that's nearly 100 years old. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Wheelchair Dave. Yes, indeed, I am getting your emails. Dave said he can't call in this morning, but sharing me some photos, info, and I guess Johnny Appleseed. All kind of Johnny Appleseed stuff there in Mansfield, Ohio. In Richland County. Actually have the Johnny Appleseed's town lot, the historical marker. John Appleseed Chapman. Considered one of Richland County's original pioneers. Summer of 1809, arrived in the Mansfield area just as Mansfield's first town lots were being offered for sale. He purchased lot number 265 for $120 from Henry Wilcoxon. Wilcoxon served as Richland County Sheriff from 1820 to 25. Chapman later sold the lot to Jesse Eddington in October of 1818 for $100. he lost on that deal. All right, so yeah, all kind of stuff. Well, you have the Johnny Appleseed Byway, Johnny Appleseed Monument in Richland County, Johnny Appleseed Day. All right, speaking of, well, I didn't realize there's all kind of Johnny Appleseed stuff here in the Buckeye, Knucklebuster.
Oh, man, that's right up in your alley then, right? The reason that they got the border checkpoint 25 miles north of El Paso or Laredo or trucks are allowed to drive the United States 25 miles.
And Knucklebuster, wherever you're at, you're in between cells. I'm not sure exactly where, but hey, the headset sounds good, but yeah, he's out of cell. Now, Pappy did check in regards to the checkpoint. He said when they're pulling every vehicle, every car off to check, they're probably looking for something or someone. Doesn't sound like a typical checkpoint away from the border like that. Okay, could be looking for a particular vehicle, particular individual, somebody on the run, maybe. All right, I haven't heard from Eagle this morning, but I'm sure he'll chime in at some point that New York's governor now. We've been hearing from New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, off and on for weeks. Yeah, crying foul about the migrant crisis. Now the governor announcing Monday she's calling in the National Guard. Hochul announced an additional 150 National Guard members will be deployed to address the migrant crisis and help with case management to get asylum seekers work permits, particularly the Venezuelans who now qualify for temporary protected status. Now, this additional 150 brings the total number of National Guardsmen supporting this mission to 2,200. The governor said 250 will focus solely on case management to help Venezuelans who came before July 31 to apply for temporary protected status and then work authorization. Now that we have the opportunity granted by the president to help the Venezuelans who came before July 31 to be able to apply for temporary protective status, and what follow that literally with the same application is the work authorization. That coveted work authorization, that's their ticket to the American dream, she says. You'll be helping them get a job, helping them support themselves, helping them leave the shelters, because I believe they didn't come all these thousands of miles to live in a shelter with hundreds or thousands of others. So the National Guard's already been working to survey them. We have different categories. Some people are eligible to work right now. If they already came through the Customs and Border Protection app, there are people qualified for that. There are parolees eligible to work. These are the asylum seekers who need to apply for asylum and wait 180 days. We now have this new category that allows the expedited work permits for Venezuelans who had arrived here earlier. All right, the governor said some of these migrants who arrived in New York City may be here and just want a bus ticket to another state, but they don't know where to go. Yeah, she said, we can make this happen. She's dedicated over $50 million to support case management all over the state of New York. New York City officials say more than 116,000 have arrived from the southern border just since last year. Mayor Adams said that this migrant crisis is going to destroy the Big Apple. You know, obviously, relations between Adams and Joe Biden have pretty much soured over the past several months. Biden did not meet with Adams during the president's recent visit to New York City when he addressed the UN General Assembly last week. That was shortly after he went to New York. He did meet with the governor, Hochul, there, and shortly after that, that's when he approved work permits for about 470,000 Venezuelans already in the U.S. All right, a couple minutes before we'll hit bottom of the hour news break here, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, you went through a kind of a cell hell there, Knucklebuster.
Oh, yeah, that's normal down here in Texas, sir. Well, for your information and Kentucky Ken's information, the reason they have the border checkpoints 25 miles north of the border is Mexican trucks are allowed to run within the United States 25 miles to make their deliveries to the cross dock and then turn around and go back to Mexico there. So they don't want to. They're not allowed 25 miles north of the border. And if they catch them up there at the checkpoint, you know, they're going to turn them around and send them back there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did Kentucky Ken say he was going to Phoenix?
Yeah, he's exiting Phoenix. I think Phoenix was last night. I don't know. He's on his way to. He was in Texas, on his way to Phoenix. After Phoenix, then it's on to Los Angeles and then San Diego, or San Francisco rather.
Well, if he's going to Phoenix, he better watch out for a little brunette over there that's my cousin. That gal liable put the voodoo on him there, right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, she's a little on the wild side, Steve. That's all I can tell you. So, anyway, I just wanted to let you know on that bit of information there that Mexican trucks are allowed to run 25 miles within the border and then turn around and go back.
Yeah,
that's why the checkpoints are up there at 25 miles.
They got the buffer. They call that the buffer zone, correct? The buffer zone. All right, let's see. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines, even the likes of CBS News, national media. Yeah, kind of chiming in about the truck parking issues around the country. Yeah, we'll break into that coming up here. Lack of parking for semi-trucks can have fatal consequences. The headline from CBS News this past evening, as a matter of fact. I guess they did a segment on the nightly news there this past evening. All right, with that, it is, again, 844-844-3388. Eagle will be checking in. Phillips on board, coming up out of the break. Off to work we go on a Tuesday morning, right? Oh, and of course, we'll have to touch in on some space news. I know the country of India. Remember they had that probe that landed on the south pole of the moon? And it had gone into that 2-week period of darkness. And they're trying to wake up the lunar lander from hibernation after what they call the frosty lunar night, 2 weeks with no sunshine. Get an update on that, all coming up right here.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Congress to steer clear of a potential government shutdown looming at the end of the month. He's calling on House Republicans to honor the bipartisan funding agreement that he brokered with Speaker McCarthy back in May. During a campaign stop in South Carolina, former President Trump said he wanted to buy a handgun. A video from his spokesperson shows Trump at a gun store examining a Glock.
I got to buy one. Sir, if you want one, this one. No, I want to buy one.
However, his spokesperson clarified that he did not make a purchase. He was just expressing interest in wanting a gun. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will engage in a 90-minute red state versus blue state debate. It's going to be moderated by Fox News host Sean Hannity and held on November 30th. That debate will take place in Georgia. John Schaefer, USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. They tell us engineers at the Indian Space Research Organization trying to wake up the Chandrayaan-3 lunar lander. It's been in hibernation after the 2-week frosty lunar night. Friday, they posted on X that they've made attempts to reestablish communication with the rover to ascertain their wake-up condition. So far, they haven't heard back. Of course, the first 2 human-made objects to land in the moon's south polar region. Landed near the lunar South Pole August 23rd, made India the 4th nation in history to stick a lunar landing behind the U.S., Russia, and China in the 2 weeks that followed. Explored the landing site, sending images back to Earth, while Vikram performed a set of scientific experiments measuring the temperature of the top layer. And the probe also analyzed the chemical composition of the lunar dust that did find traces of sulfur, which might hold clues to past volcanic activity. Anyway, they put it to sleep on September the 2nd when all the instruments were turned off. The Vikram lander followed suit a couple days later. They say they've completed the primary mission goals. They're hoping the 2 spacecraft may have been able to survive that frosty lunar night. All right, will they wake up? And they knew going in. They said that they had concerns that they may never hear back from it again after that 2 weeks. Morning, Philip. What's going on?
Not much. Just driving to work. That thing probably froze up, Steve. You know, it's probably about 300 degrees below zero in the shade up there.
A frosty lunar night. They ain't kidding, right?
Yeah, that's why I always heard it. If you're in the sunlight, it's 300 and some. I think it's 350 degrees above zero, and it's 350 degrees the other way in the shade. So, nonetheless, you're in a vacuum as well. You have no air. So,
right.
That's interesting. But I don't know if they'll wake her up or not. She might have froze up on them. Who knows? No way to heat it up unless they've got some kind of heater or something going on with it. Well, we've had a few rain coming over last night. Big old blob came over us. It's out there in the Atlantic right now. But there's an area they're watching, Steve, out there in the Gulf. Did you see that?
Yeah, I touched on that in the first hour. Maybe possibly another home brew is what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the models are showing it's going to fizzle before it gets over towards Mexico and Texas. But, you know, except seeing how it's a piece of Hurricane Lee that came off of it. And it's over going to be around the Yucatan and that area. Part of it's right now is over Cuba right now. If you look south of Florida down there by Cuba, and there's a big piece over there. So we still got them two that are over there come off Africa. That one, what is it, Philippe? It's going up in the middle Atlantic, and then the other one they said is going to go with it. I don't think the season's over by no means. We still got to chill out. And guess what? The 1 year anniversary is today. You know, we're around in the Ian time right now.
Is that right?
Remember that one, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's into September, 1st of October, around in this area. This is around that time. And I seen some footage yesterday from Perry, Florida, where Idalia went through. And I'll tell you what, man, them folks are there. They're still cleaning up down there at Perry. They got trees everywhere. They got probably 40, 50 debris removal trucks in there right now, pulling everything out, getting things cut back and power up. And so hopefully they get it up, get everything going pretty soon.
Yeah.
So, how's your day going?
Not half bad. Made it through Monday. That's the good part, right? The greatest day of the week done.
Oh, yeah. I know yesterday we were talking about alligators. And there was a story that was out a few years ago, and you might want to take a look at it. There's a place over by Lakeland, Florida called the Circle B Reservation, like a reserve area set up for the animals and people to walk down trails and whatnot. And they've got a gator over there that's in that reserve. They think he's between 13 and 15 feet. And there's actually a video of him. All you have to do is just put Circle B, Lakeland, Florida, in YouTube, and our big alligator. They call him Humpback. This thing is prehistoric, man. I don't know, do you remember that picture?
Doesn't ring a bell.
If you get a chance, type up that video on YouTube, and he's a big guy. I mean, he's got to be every bit of 15 foot, and he's big. I mean, he's huge. When you see him come across the road, it just seems like he never stops. You know, he's big, huge. So, ain't nothing to play with, man. I wouldn't want to mess with him. He's an old guy. So, not much else going on down here. Just keeping an eye on it. Did you find out any more about that Russian deal with the diesel?
Nothing further since last evening. No.
Yeah. If he shuts her down like that, they're gonna be coming to us for everything, and that's gonna take it out of our reserves, and hopefully we don't release any more reserves. So we'll just see how it plays out, buddy. That's all I got today. Thanks for having me. Y'all have a good one.
All right. I pulled up your Circle B, the reserve there, and yes, I see they got the video of that monster gator just crossing, it looks like a walking path kind of thing. Circle B Bar Reserve is a nature reserve. Please help protect the resident wildlife by following some basic rules, which include no pets, no balloons, no music. Polk County in the Southwest Florida Water Management District acquired Circle B Bar Reserve in December of 2000 to protect the valuable water and wildlife resources and to restore the Banana Creek Marsh System. Okay. It's important to note some trails are periodically closed on any environmental land site for management and safety reasons. Circle B has a series of maintained marked trails of varying length. It's a half-mile hike to the lake where you're sure to see alligators and other wildlife. Take your time on all the trails. Soak in Mother Nature. I don't know that I'd so much like being out on those trails. Alligator, especially when you got a damn near prehistoric 15-footer out there. All right, about 18 before the hour. Let's check in with Eagle this morning, see what's going on. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, man, I'm out here on the road again, making my way South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina, and then I'm gonna probably try to make it to this Talladega race in Alabama after I leave South Carolina. The race is on Sunday, so things looking pretty good right now. I ran into some of those guys, them NASCAR hauler drivers, them guys that drive the cars back to the track. They raced in Dallas this last weekend, and they on their way back to North Carolina to pick up the cars, and then they're gonna be headed back to Talladega. Yeah, I drove. They was on the race. They leaving Dallas on. A lot of them left today because the race was on Sunday, and luckily a Chevrolet won. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole race, but William Byron won the race on Sunday. Hendrick Motorsports, so that's a good thing. But I want to congratulate somebody, Steve. He really has made some serious improvement in NASCAR. He's not one of my favorite drivers, but I give credit where credit is due, and I think it's mainly because Michael Jordan put a foot up his rear end and got him on the right step, because he was just riding around at the back of the pack. And now he's at the front of the pack now, and that's Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace has really made an improvement over the last year or so after Michael Jordan signed him to a contract to drive his car. He sat on the pole position at Texas this past Sunday and ended up coming in third place. And he's in the playoffs, and he's a black driver. So I'm always happy to see a black doing good in motorsports, because there ain't too many of them out there. So I'm glad to see him running up front, and I'm glad that Michael Jordan put a foot up in him to get him to realize what kind of opportunity he has to race that car. And even though it's a Toyota, and I don't like Toyota, but at least he's up front and he's doing his thing, and he might even make history. It might be the first black driver to ever win a NASCAR championship. He has that opportunity. He's still in the playoffs, so we might see something we've never seen this year. So we'll see what happens. I'll be watching him real closely. He usually does good at Talladega. He's a good restrictor plate racer. But, like I say, I'm definitely going to be pulling for the Chevrolets, hopefully a Hendrick Motorsports car pulling the victory lane, Chase Elliott or Kyle Larson, one of them will pull in the victory lane and represent Chevrolet the way it's supposed to be. But, yeah, I'll definitely be there on Sunday. Like I say, I'm headed to Florence, South Carolina right now, deliver this load on Thursday, I think. And then after that, I'm going to be making my way back to Talladega. I might even make the Saturday race. I don't know that I might watch the Saturday race if I get back to Talladega on time, but I'll definitely be there on Sunday. And then I'm headed back to Texas if there's a state left when I get back. You know how the way things are going right now, Steve. Like I say, I've only got a couple more months in Texas anyway. I told you by the end of the year I'm out. I'm out of Texas. I've seen enough and had enough, because it's real obvious that Joe Biden is not going to do a damn thing about this border situation. It's really disgusting, Steve. I've been talking to some of my friends on the telephone down in Texas since I left, and things are getting worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. More people are coming in every day, over 4,000 to 5,000 individuals are crossing into the U.S. every day, and they simply, all they doing is processing these people. I don't even think they take their damn name down and load them on a bus and transport them to another city in the U.S. This is the most disgusting thing, like I told you last week, I've ever seen in my life, Steve. It just makes me sick thinking about it. With all these diseases that we got running around, and, COVID virus, we got the tuberculosis, you name it, is running around, and they still loading people on buses, transport. It's just, I've never seen nothing like. We no longer have a border, Steve. Just like Donald Trump said while he was in the White House, without a border, you don't have a country. And as of right now, we don't have a country. And here's the sad part about it, Steve. Here's what really gets me about the whole deal. If you would think that Joe Biden would be throwing the book at this situation, he would be on television talking about it. He's not saying a damn thing about it. It's really disgusting that he has actually turned his back and shoveled over another $300 million to that loser over there in Ukraine. I see he made his way up to Canada with his hand out again, Steve, begging for more money from the Canadian president. This guy has no, what's that word? I can't even think of the word for that guy. I can't say it on the live radio. But that guy there, he disgusts me every time I see him. You would think he would have some pride about himself, Steve. Let me ask you a question. Would you go from country to country begging people for money to fund your war bill? What does that make him look like in your book? That would be the last thing I would do is to go to another country begging somebody for money to fund my war that I'm involved in. Like I say, if I was the president, he wouldn't get one dime. I wouldn't give him one dime. Tell you want to fight a war, my man, you pay for it, you fund it, my man. Simple as that. Because this makes that we're not even protecting our own borders, Steve. And that's the way I was always raised. The USA comes first, and if we got a little extra money, we might give you some. Other than that, the door is closed, my man. Go back to Ukraine and fight your war with Vladimir Putin. That's exactly what I tell him. But like I say, we have a guy in the White House that doesn't even know his own name, let alone where he probably doesn't even realize he shoveled money over the Ukraine. That's how stupid this guy is right now. He's a national embarrassment, Steve. And when I say that, I mean with a capital E. Because, see, other countries are laughing. We're the laughing stock of the whole world. You realize that we're short on ammunition right now. This guy, and they take pride. They announce it on the radio that we have just shipped some tanks over there to Ukraine.
Yeah.
That that's really something big that we're doing. We're depleting our arsenal in America. And if you think China, North Korea, and Russia don't see what's going down in the USA, the people in America better think again. We're very vulnerable right now, and it almost seems like it's being done on purpose. But like I said before, hopefully things will come to a complete close at the 2024. And by the way, remember I told you last night, Steve, that here's how much of a lead that Donald Trump has on this cast of losers that's going to be on television on Wednesday night from the Republican debate. Donald Trump doesn't even have to show up, and he still wins the debate. He doesn't even have to show up. He ain't gonna show up. Those people, they don't even deserve to be on the same stage with Donald Trump, especially that big fat Chris Christie loser that flaps his mouth and his so-called vice president that used to work for Donald. Neither one of them deserve to be on the same stage with Trump. So, like I said, I know this for sure, Steve. I won't be watching the debate on Wednesday night. I'll find something else to do because no individual on that stage got nothing that I want to hear to come out of their miserable mouth. Like I said, the only man I want to hear from is Donald Trump. So like I say, that shows you how far these cast of characters have gone on the Republican Party. Donald Trump doesn't even have to show up, and he still wins the debate. And as far as the Democrats go, like I told you before, Steve, that they don't have a debate because Joe Biden is not smart enough to debate anybody. And besides that, if he ever stood on the same stage with Donald Trump and debate, you already know what will go down with that. So Joe Biden, my man, if you got any kind of pride about yourself, you better not ever step on the stage with Donald Trump, because I promise you, he'll wipe the floor with you, my man. So enjoy your free ride for the next year and a half in the White House, because hopefully it'll come to a close. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, we had the, what was it, the ABC Washington Post poll over the weekend Trump would crush Biden among registered voters, 52% to 42%. That's the first poll I've seen with any sort of an exponential lead like that for Trump over Biden. Most of the polls have been showing him like neck to neck, dead tied. Yeah, up until recently, polls had been showing Biden ahead by a point or two in most cases. There was reaction to that. Political prediction expert, I don't know what makes you qualify as a prediction expert, Larry Sabato called out the Washington Post over that poll. The shocking poll. Yeah, Trump would crush Biden. Moreover, the survey found that Biden's job approval stands at a dismal 37%, a metric that in and of itself signals Biden will lose re-election because the majority of Americans disapprove of his handling of the economy and the border crisis. To make matters worse for Biden, approximately 2/3 of Democrat voters and Democrat-leaning voters want the party to nominate someone other than Biden. Yeah, most of those respondents aren't picky about who his successor is. They just want someone other than Biden. The poll also found most Americans do not believe Biden is being unfairly targeted by House Republicans, where they've opened the impeachment inquiry. Instead, 58% of respondents said Biden is being held accountable. 32% say he's being unfairly victimized. Now, Sabato, this guy's a professor of politics at the University of Virginia. He tried to say he condemned the Washington Post for even publishing the poll. because in his view, the results are laughable. He said, ignore the Washington Post ABC poll. It's a ridiculous outlier. My question, how could you even publish a poll so absurd on its face? This will be a lingering embarrassment for you, he said. In another post, he said, I'm torn between scoffing and laughing. Another data expert of the New York Times also called out the Washington Post for describing the poll as probably an outlier. An outlier is the term they use. It's really hard to release outlying poll results, so you got to give credit to ABC, the Post here. But I do have a fairly major quibble with ABC and the Post here. If you release consecutive outlying poll results, which was Republican plus 7 in May, Republican plus 10 today, you don't get to dismiss your results. If this happens 2 times in a row in the same race, it's clear that this is the result of some element of your approach. In other words, how you're asking the questions. Either you need to decide you're good with it and defend it, or you need to go home. Now, this particular poll, they say the poll asked respondents about their party affiliation, and it was 25% identified as Republican, 25% identified as Democrats, 42% supposedly identified as independents. That seems like a pretty impartial breakdown to me. Well, just one day after that poll was being described as an outlier for having Trump ahead by 10 points, another poll, this is the latest Harris X poll, shows Trump beating Biden by not 10, but 5 points. In a hypothetical head-to-head matchup, Trump leads Biden by 5 points, 46 to 41% in the Harris X poll released on Monday, which is outside the small margin of error of plus or minus 1.8 percentage points. Notably, all of the recent Real Clear Politics polling average results from September have Trump leading Biden, or at least in a virtual or statistic tie. And the tide's kind of changing, but all right, we'll get a news break here. Rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. Senator Bob Menendez, indicted on federal bribery and corruption charges, is confident he will be exonerated.
I understand how deeply concerning this can be. However, the allegations leveled against me are just that. Allegations.
He criticizes hasty judgments based on limited information and emphasizes his right to the presumption of innocence. Menendez remains optimistic about retaining his role as New Jersey's senior senator. The White House is warning about potential consequences of a month-end government shutdown. Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack notes impacts on the WIC program, farmers' loans, and rural housing.
Nearly 7 million pregnant moms, new mothers, and young children count on WIC every single day to receive nutrition assistance support.
Congress must pass funding legislation by October 1st. House Republicans are divided on keeping the government open. President Biden will stand in solidarity with the United Auto Workers this week by joining their picket line. He plans to travel to Michigan tomorrow, emphasizing support for UAW members in their pursuit of equitable compensation for their contributions. This move follows the union's expansion of strikes to 20 states, prompted by a lack of significant progress in negotiations with the big three automakers regarding a new contract. San Francisco's African American Reparations Advisory Committee proposed recommendations to the Board of Supervisors urging action, suggestions, a $5 million one-time payment, guaranteed home ownership, back pay for labor, and property reimbursement. Critics cite constitutional and financial concerns, saying it would bankrupt the city. If passed, it would make San Francisco the first U.S. city to enact reparations. This is USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
Mexico has reached an agreement with the United States to help curb the number of migrants crossing the border.
A record-breaking 233,000 people crossed the border illegally in August. Jeff Van Drew, a Republican from New Jersey and member of the House Judiciary Committee, told Fox News there's only one reason Democrats would do this.
They want to flood these people in here. They eventually want to give these people the right to vote, and they eventually want to increase the Electoral College in their favor.
That's Corey Myers reporting. FEMA is planning a test of the National Alert System on October 4th. The test of the nationwide emergency alert system and wireless emergency alerts systems will be going out at 2:20 p.m. next Wednesday. The alert will be sent through phone, radio, television, and cable systems and is scheduled to last about 1 minute. You should only receive one message on your cell phone. The purpose of the test is to ensure that the systems are still an effective way to warn the public about national emergencies. Tonight's Powerball drawing offers a staggering estimated jackpot of $785 million. This colossal prize marks the fourth largest in the game's history, following no jackpot winners in Saturday's drawing. The cash value of this incredible prize amounts to nearly $370 million. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418,
800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome into a Tuesday as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. So get everybody on the same page. Where are we at? 26th of September. It's a Tuesday morning. There you go. Going back to Eagle's comments in regard to Zelensky, I mean, I don't blame Zelensky for having his hand out when you're battling the likes of the mighty Russia, right? Yeah, they don't have nearly the capabilities, the resources, and of course they're not a part of NATO. I mean, all these NATO countries all have agreements. If one is attacked, everybody joins in to fight back. That's kind of what got the whole damn thing started anyway, the threat of Ukraine possibly joining NATO. Now, that's the idea of Vladimir Putin saying, hey, you're getting way too close. You're knocking on our back door. We're being surrounded by NATO countries, so surely he's going to go around. He's going to have his hand out. The only problem I have is, yes, we obviously want to offer some help. We did offer help initially. But at what point do you say, we got to cut off the spigot? I mean, we can't, it's not our war, as Eagle clearly specified. It is his war. But so many billions of dollars, and then when you hear that this is our taxpayer dollars and there's no accountability, where's all this actual cash money going? And most of the Republicans that oppose additional assistance right now are saying exactly that. We have no accountability. We're just pretty much, like I said, writing out checks. Here's a check. Here's a check. And then when you hear reports that much of the munitions, the weapons, the rockets that are supposedly showing up being sold on the black market, that's where I have a problem. But we continue to give and give and give. Initially, we said no tanks. Several months later, okay, you can have the tanks. We said, no way, we're not going to provide F-16s. Okay. Several months later, okay, we'll give you. At what point do you say, hey, how many billions additional dollars are you going to throw into this, and how long is this going to go? We can't have another endless war. We just got out of Afghanistan, spent 20 damn years there, and what do you have to show for it? Lives lost, trillions spent, for what? Essentially nothing, the way things ended up, because we turned it right back over to the Taliban. And they're actually becoming an active training ground again, to go after the evil Satan of the West. So here we have yesterday, yes, our U.S.-made Abrams tanks have arrived in Ukraine. The Ukrainian defense minister said, good news from the Minister of Defense. Abrams are in Ukraine, are being prepared to reinforce our brigades. They didn't say how many tanks arrived, but the jet-powered American tanks were a top demand from Ukraine until Washington finally offered more than 30 of them back in January. And other European countries have sent supposedly dozens of German-made Leopards and some British Challengers. But this delivery, about 4 months into the big offensive, trying to recapture Russian-occupied territory, Kyiv reports slow, steady progress, capturing villages and ground that they say is improving their position, but they have not forced any sort of a major Russian retreat like they did on 3 separate occasions last year. Moscow, meanwhile, says the Ukrainian offensive has already failed. Will Abrams tanks make a difference? But again, how long does this go on? Where are the diplomatic efforts to get these sides to come together and try to resolve things and stop the loss of life? That's what I'd like to see. But I'm not in charge, right? All right, let's try... maybe it is Gilligan this time. I had you screwed up with Marianne earlier.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, it is Gilligan this time. Was Marianne a first-time caller? Rick brought that up on the chat.
Yeah, I think she's called a few times before. I don't know that I don't recall if I ever got a code or not, but she has called a couple times, I think.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that was the first time she called. Well, Steve, I'm going to touch on a couple of things. One thing, they were talking about Trump trying to buy a handgun. Well, looking at a handgun, the Glock, and it's like, I'm happy you can verify this, but if I'm not mistaken, since he's under an indictment of felonies, he's not eligible to buy a handgun.
Right, I think that's what they were saying.
I wonder why Trump would why would Trump even go into a gun store and look at a Glock? I'm sure there's people, if he wanted to look at a Glock, they could bring him one to show him. Some of his personal Secret Service that's around him or whatever. I mean, it seemed awful odd to me. Then I hadn't heard anybody bring that up, that he was actually ineligible to buy a handgun. Kentucky Ken was talking about the border checkpoint inside of, it's that far from Laredo and stuff. I used to run into them when I went up north. I used to run up northern New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, and stuff like that. Yeah, it could get a little interesting sometimes. I was in a rest area in northern Vermont, and Border Patrol was in there, and I spoke to this guy, and I started to walk away from him, and he started following me. I'm sorry, I did not mean to walk away from you. He says, "No, you want to see my ID or something?" No, that's all right. We were out here on, I think it was 91 or 93. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've been up there. And he said there was snow coming in, so we decided to close up here and come on over here. He said he was from South Texas, and he was about froze. You can imagine northern Vermont in January for somebody from South Texas. Just lived outside of El Paso.
Mm-hmm.
And that poor man was freezing to death, and I can't say to blame him. I'm from West Virginia, the mountains of West Virginia, and it gets pretty cold over where I live, but man, it gets bitter cold on up there in the Northwoods. But, yeah, I'm going to finish up a little bit on the story from actually a week ago. I think it was a little bit over a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure exactly. But, yeah, it was over a week ago. The driver that was killed in the accident within a half a mile of my house. I found out some new information last week. I didn't call in later in the week to fill you in on this, but to give you an idea of the devastation of this house from that tractor trailer driving through that block building. I mean, the man had no control, I'm sure, at that point.
Mm-hmm.
He'd hit a cow on a state road and went down over this grassy area in front of this house, hit this block building, for those of you that didn't hear the story or see it on my page, and threw block and pieces of block at this house. Steve, a block literally landed in bed beside the lady that was the mother of the 4 children in that house. It is an absolute miracle, a grace of God, nobody in that house was hurt. So much debris flew into the window of the bathroom, they couldn't get the door open because all the debris stacked up against it from peppering this house. The best way I could describe this house, it looked like it had been shot with an old Civil War cannon. I don't know whether you're familiar with what they used to call grape shot. They used it in the Civil War. They put a canister in there of these balls about the size of grape. And it looked like this house had been shot with a load of grape shot out on an old cannon. I mean, the devastation was just unbelievable. That really hit home for me because, like I said, I heard the wreck. It was a half mile from my house. But I kind of want to give people an update. From what I understand, the lady and her children are fine. You know, they are staying in a motel, and which is kind of sad because the house is unlivable. The hazmat team's been there trying to clean up, of course, the dirt and everything from all the diesel and the oil and the antifreeze that's soaked into the soil. So it's been a pretty big mess there around my area. Well, anyway, that's about all I got, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, and it's amazing that nobody else was hurt. Yeah, he sent me the pictures of what that house looked like, and I was astonished. It's unbelievable how much damage occurred there. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, at the top of the hour, we left off. I was talking about, first of all, you had the unbelievable ABC Washington Post poll. They're saying you shouldn't even have published those poll results. There's got to be a problem with your methodology. Then the next day comes the Harris X poll, saying Trump up by 5 over Biden. Inside the Harris X numbers, Trump leads Biden by 8 points among independents, 42-34, 10 points among third-party voters. Also, there's a large majority, 69% of registered voters who say Biden should not run for re-election, 78% of independents, and 93% of third-party voters. Biden remains 16 points underwater on his approval rating, as a net 56% disapprove of the job he's doing and just 40% approve, which is largely just the 75% of Democrats that were polled. Only 8% of Republicans, and I don't know how any true Republican, 9% of third-party voters and 33% of independents approve of Biden. Of course, Trump remains a 42-point runaway in the Republican primary polling. Here's the numbers. Trump, 56%. DeSantis, 14%. Nikki Haley, 5%, as with Vivek Ramaswamy. Then you get down into the Pence at 3%, Tim Scott, Chris Christie, 2%, Asa Hutchinson, 1%, Larry Elder, Doug Bergman, Ryan Binkley, all at 1%. I mean, there's some that have 0%. Perry Johnson, the Michigan businessman. Miami mayor, who's actually no longer running at 0%. All right. So the Harris X poll, what was this? 3,015 registered voters. Overall results have a margin of error plus or minus 1.8%. Those are pretty low margin numbers, so it's supposed to be a pretty thorough survey there. See what's going on with Brother Rambler this morning.
Well,
Well, praise God, Steve. How you? Good. Glad to be on the air with you. Glad you're doing good. I was about to ask you how you doing, but I know you disc jockeys, y'all can't stand that.
No more.
So I won't even ask.
You're done with your 4-day weekend, so I feel so bad for you.
Oh man! Well, you know, the last 3 weeks the last 3 weeks I've had a 4-day weekend. Now, last week I had a five-day work week, but there was 1 week I tried to call in, and I just kept on getting a busy signal. So, and that's a good thing with our show that, you know, hey, you know, we got folks on hold and on the line, and you know, let's let us know that, hey, you know, we're getting the message out there about Hot Shot Secret and what goes on our industry. Steve, you were touching a while ago about the Ukraine and all that stuff. I listened to the Michael Savage podcast, and he had and I think he has this guy on once a month. He's Colonel McGregor. And you go back, you know, download his podcast, listen to it. This Colonel McGregor was a tank commander, and during the Iraqi war, and of course, you know, he's a big time conservative, so they kind of disgraced him. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So he says, you know, they kind of just, you know, push him off to the side, but he was saying, he's like, you know, the Abrams tank is kind of getting outdated. They said he talked about, you know, giving those tanks to the Ukrainians. He's like, that ain't nothing. They only run, even idling, the max they're going to use is 8 hours worth of fuel, and they got to figure out how to keep them tanks fueled. I said the heat signature that they give off, because that turbo gets so hot. I mean, the Russian satellites can spot them easily because of the heat signature, and the range of fire, and some of the shells that we're going to be giving them is depleted uranium. Yeah, so think about that.
Yeah.
We're giving them depleted uranium to use as use in the arsenal. So yeah, I mean, and like Colonel McGregor was telling Michael Savage, he said what they don't know is that, yeah, Putin, he was able to recruit those 300,000. It just, you ain't heard about it, and they're ready. And when you see them cross over that river, and so they're going to be doing nothing more but grabbing Zelensky, because they have already got plotted out where his bunkers are and everything else. They're going to string him up in the middle of Kiev, and it's just a matter of time. And I'm not a Russian sympathizer. I don't approve of it either way, but I will say this, because it's mighty, mighty fishy, and rotten fish stinks. And you ask me, in my personal opinion, this ain't nothing but one big money laundering scandal. And the Republicans, the old oligarch Republicans are in on it. The Democrats are in on it. It's just, they're laundering their money through Ukraine to get themselves good and rich before they retire. And that's just my personal opinion. I could be wrong. You know, maybe I need to stick to preaching the Word of God, telling folks about Jesus, because that's what I'm better at and good at. It's what God's called me to do. But that's just my opinion, how I feel about things going on with the Ukraine. And other news, Steve, I played Pop Warner football, or what you would call association football, and I played football for my old middle school, Sims Middle School. And I know enough about football that if you're going to get beat like a drum, it's because you just gave up. And I don't know what Sean Payton and Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos were thinking. I thought I was seeing a typo whenever I was about to go to bed Sunday night, and I was going through ESPN and looking. I said, that can't be right. 70-20,
right?
Sure enough, you know, I mean, you have a quarterback with the Miami Dolphins that played with the greatest college football team of all time, the Alabama Crimson Tide, you know. And but you have a quarterback that is concussion prone, and he's out there. I'm looking at highlights, This guy's out there running all over them like Tim Tebow. When he played with Florida, I mean, just doing the shuffle pass and everything. I'm like, good Lord, it's like they just threw their hands up, said, I just don't care. I don't want to play. I mean, John Elway had to be having a conniption fit and a doggone stroke and everything like that all at the same time. I imagine he wanted to run out there on the field and fire Russell Wilson right off the bat, and probably fire Sean Payton right along with him. Everyone talks about, well, they got Sean Payton. Well, Sean Payton ain't done nothing. Only thing he did was he helped the Saints win a Super Bowl. And 2009 almost did it a couple of years later, but when they had Drew Brees, but they didn't really do it. And Sean Payton should have just stayed retired. I mean, you get beat like that, that's some serious problems. You got some serious issues on that team, and I knew that Dallas got beat because Little Rambler, his favorite team is the Arizona Cardinals. He could run in, Dad. Arizona beat Dallas. I'm like, well, good, because I don't like the Dallas Cowboys anyway, And well, they couldn't play football in Texas Stadium in Irving because they smoked all the grass and stored all the lines. So that goes to show you all you need to know about Dallas Cowboys. The only reason why Emmitt Smith became the leader in rushing yards is because Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson, not Barry Switzer, he was just a fill-in, recruited, drafted, got everything set up so that man could have a good offensive line to run through. So, but I will give Emmitt Smith his flowers. He did bypass Walter Payton. So can't take nothing away from him there. But Steve, boy, I tell you what, we had a busy day Sunday. We had preached over there at Rivers of Life Church over there in Petal, Mississippi, and it's so sad, because I knew in my spirit the Lord speaking to me that something bad had happened at that church, and this was a huge, nice, beautiful church. I mean, beautiful, and only 20 members there. And after the service, after the Lord, had the message delivered to them, found out that they just went through a very nasty church split. And if you're a pastor listening to my voice right now, you know what a church split is and how bad and nasty it can actually be and how hurtful it can be. So we went and preached there and delivered the message that God had me deliver, which come out of 2 Kings chapter 2, verses 6 through 14. Talk about 6 through 20 talked about Elijah being carried up by the whirlwind. And anyways, I won't get too much into it, but we come right back down, South Alabama, and got into Determined Ministries Church clothes and went right on out there, walked in the house, changed clothes, walked right out there to the church and started back preaching again. And I tell you what, God is so true to his word, because I was kind of worried about getting tired and wore out. I know we're coming up against the hour, but God upheld me with his victorious right hand, just like Jesus Christ will uphold you with his victorious right hand. Just trust in Jesus, everything will be all right. And Steve, I thank you for taking my call. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, God bless you. I'll try and call in tomorrow night. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
USA News Update. President Biden is urging Congress to steer clear of a potential government shutdown looming at the end of the month. He's calling on House Republicans to honor the bipartisan funding agreement that he brokered with Speaker McCarthy back in May. During a campaign stop in South Carolina, former President Trump said he wanted to buy a handgun. A video from his spokesperson shows Trump at a gun store examining a Glock.
I got to buy one. 45. Sir, if you want one. No, I want to buy one.
However, his spokesperson clarified that he did not make a purchase. He was just expressing interest in wanting a gun. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom will engage in a 90-minute red state versus blue state debate. It's going to be moderated by Fox News host Sean Hannity and held on November 30th. That debate will take place in Georgia. John Schaefer, USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, meanwhile here, in short order, the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden's about to get underway. The Oversight Committee this past evening announced the first 3 witnesses for that opening hearing later this week. That'll be scheduled for Thursday. According to the announcement, the witnesses are Eileen O'Connor, former Assistant Attorney General in the Department of Justice Tax Division, Jonathan Turley, the professor of George Washington University Law School, and Bruce Dubinsky, an expert witness in forensic accounting. Thousands of pages of financial records, emails, texts, testimony from credible IRS whistleblowers, a transcribed interview with Biden family business associate Devon Archer, all reveal that Joe allowed his family to sell him as the brand around the world to enrich the Biden family. Joe showed us on at least 24 occasions to send signals of access, influence, and power to those who were paying the Bidens. That's the quote, the statement from Oversight Chair James Comer. This week, the House Oversight Committee will present evidence uncovered to date and hear from legal and financial experts about crimes the Bidens may have committed as they brought in millions at the expense of U.S. interests. Comer said last week, no ground will be covered in the first hearing. New ground. But the witnesses would suggest the committee wants to drill down on the business dealings and accounting of Biden's. The president, his son Hunter. O'Connor, in fact, wrote an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal back in July entitled, "You'd Go to Prison for What Hunter Biden Did." House Republicans are poised to start connecting Hunter's overseas business dealings to his dad, selling and exploiting his access, who was, of course, then vice president during the Obama administration. Republicans have testimony that Vice President Biden was on the Hunter Biden via speakerphone on at least 20 occasions over a 10-year period. Subpoenas are coming soon for the personal bank accounts of the president, Hunter, and James Biden, president's brother. House Speaker McCarthy ordered House panels earlier this month to open the impeachment inquiry. This is just kind of like uncovering information. Thursday's hearing, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, is called The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry of President Joseph R. Biden, Jr. So that's coming up here in a couple of days. All right, we'll see where it goes. 5-7, what's happening this Tuesday morning?
Not a whole lot. Listening to the news sort of set me off some. They're saying, they're going to cut funding or you won't be able to close down our government, doing all this. Now, I was missing for about an hour and 15. My girl cousin called. She was in the hospital, COPD. So if this was already touched on, I apologize about if I'm rehashing it. But I'm listening to the news. McCarthy, now, he's two faces all get. You got to remember, just before the Republicans took the House, charge of the House, McCarthy voted for that omnibus bill, which gave the Democrats everything. Well, right now you've got Marjorie Taylor, you've got Matt Gaetz, you've got people that are absolutely speaking out that we don't need to fund the DOJ. We need to cut all their money. We don't need to fund the FBI. We need to cut all their money. Okay? And that I understand that was the power at the time back in, February, March. We were saying, what can we do? We were just now realizing the power the Republicans did have. Well, McCarthy back in May negotiated the deal with Biden. remember, he voted before they took control of the House. He rubber stamped the omnibus bill that gave the Democrats everything. So I ain't got a problem. I hope all they got to do is, if they want to fund the police, they want to fund everything, fine, but you just cut the funding to those. You just hold back the check. Merrick Garland, he's sitting in the FBI. They all sit in there because they will not answer the questions from an oversight committee. Mm-hmm. How can you have an oversight when they won't even open their freaking mouth? When they'll sit there and lie to you saying we can't because it's an investigation. No. We're above you. You're assigned there. We're elected by the people. Answer the question. Contempt of Congress for sure. You cut the funding. You stop it. End every dime. If he drives to work, he does it in his own car. Confiscate all the cars and everything from him until they absolutely answer to the American people and the oversight.
Right. Yeah, that was. And they made the suggestion of cutting his salary to $1. Remember? I guess they don't have enough votes in Congress to do it. Apparently.
Cut it $1? And you mean he's not worth $1? We haven't got $1's worth of work out of him.
I hear you.
I talk about being overpaid. I thank God he ain't a judge. But McCarthy negotiated back in May, and basically what it sounds like, just like the omnibus bill, gave them everything they wanted. So Matt Gaetz, Marjorie, go for it. Shut them down. Yeah, they're doing the same thing. Remember back a few times back? They shut down the mall. Well, World War II veterans come to see their monument, and the guards there tried to shut them down. You had guards out there. They had guards getting paid out there to block off the mall for the World War II monuments. And then World War II veterans just knocked the stuff out of the way and went to see their monument. An open-air monument. It's all political gauge. The government can't live without our money. Oh, my gosh. They can't live without our money, can they? Well, they can fund the things they need to fund, but they need to go after all they need to do is shut down that Garland until we get justice, until they give an answer to the questions. That's all. The FBI, let's get this thing, and let's find out about this Ray Epstein getting a misdemeanor charge. When we know a misdemeanor charge for a man that was there the day before telling him to go into the Capitol, a misdemeanor charge for a man that was at the Capitol saying, go into the Capitol, he helped knock down a gate, find out who he was talking to, get him, find out who was in the tower with the bullhorn, and also, Lieutenant Bryant, hold him accountable, murdering Ashley Babbitt. Nobody, unarmed, he was in, what was he afraid of? There was a armed police officer standing right next to that woman. And I could still see him bending down on one knee, checking to see how she was shot. And when he stood up, he aimed his weapon at the door, at Lieutenant Bryant. So, there's a lot here that needs to be done. And if that's the only thing, that's the only power the American people gave the Republicans, they need to use it. But apparently they need to get rid of that McCarthy. How often what Bush said? Do you fool me twice, do me once, something like that. My fault. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Fool me once, shame
how many
on
times you going?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's the one. All right. Thank you, 5-7. Let's see. You never know. You'd think, a big truck impacting a cow out there, that the big truck would probably win. But in this case, truck driver dead after his semi collided with a cow in Texas Monday morning, a little after 3 a.m. Eastland County, US 183, according to the Big Country homepage. 43-year-old trucker Alberto Salazar was traveling south on 183 when he struck a black cow that was standing in the road. His tractor trailer then overturned, and he lost his life. No other vehicles involved there, and that's pretty much all the info that they had released on that this past day. But the dangers of the job, right? Trucking, consistently in that top 10 list of most dangerous jobs in the country. All right, let's move over to artificial intelligence. Everybody's probably by now familiar with ChatGPT, right? The OpenAI. Apparently, it's getting a major update that will enable the viral chatbot to have voice conversations and interact using images, moving it closer to popular artificial intelligence assistants like Apple's Siri. The voice feature will open the door to many creative and accessibility-focused applications. Similar services like Siri, Google's voice assistant, or Amazon's Alexa are integrated with the devices they run on and often used to set alarms or reminders, deliver information off the internet. But since the debut last year, ChatGPT has been adopted by companies for a number of tasks, summarizing documents, writing computer code, which has set off a race amongst the big tech companies to launch their own offerings based on artificial intelligence. Anyway, the new voice feature, they say, can narrate bedtime stories, settle debates at the dinner table, and speak out loud text input from users. I guess ChatGPT will now be able to actually read high-text books aloud to him. All right, the technology behind it used by Spotify for the platform's podcasters to translate their content into different languages. With images support, users can take pictures of this thing around them and ask the chatbot to troubleshoot why, say, my grill won't start. Explore the contents of your fridge to plan a meal, or analyze a complex graph for work-related data. And the future, it is the future.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, in the state of New York, New York has enacted election laws. Oh boy, I guess that will substantially change the state's elections and possibly those outcomes. One of the laws has resulted in a lawsuit by the GOP after voters in New York actually rejected this measure as a constitutional amendment. It was put before the people. It was soundly rejected. Well, the Democrats, they want their way. So Governor Hochul this past day, or last Wednesday, signed a package of election laws that include expanding absentee voting, pushing more voter registration, and restricting election challenges. Package actually included 10 laws. The most controversial being the New York Early Mail Voter Act, which would allow early voting by mail, also known as no excuse absentee voting. Well, in 2021, the voters in the state rejected a statewide referendum that would have allowed or amended the state constitution to enshrine just that, expanded absentee ballot access. Lawsuit filed by Representatives Elise Stefanik, Nicole Malliotakis, Claudia Tenney, the New York Republican State Committee, and the Republican National Committee, the National Republican Congressional Committee, and others are challenging this. Stefanik says this law reverses the will of the people. It is a blatant violation of the state's constitution because voters are required to cast their ballots in person at their designated polling places unless they are unable to do so due to being outside their county of residence, or if they're ill or have a physical disability. Senate Minority Leader Robert Ortt released a statement via Twitter calling the law, this is an unconstitutional vote-by-mail scheme, and yet another attempt by the far left to keep themselves in power in the state of New York. You see, the people of New York resoundingly rejected this attempt to weaken the integrity of our election process. I'm confident it will once again be rejected by the courts. Erie County Elections Commissioner told the local ABC affiliate it's not a good idea from the Board of Elections standpoint because the safeguards to prevent fraud have not been put in place. That is why this was soundly defeated in 2021 by the voters, not only in Erie County, but across the entire state. Former Representative Lee Zeldin said that the governor is actually trying to go around the voters. Kathy Hochul is showing an intense desire to spit in the face of voters who indicated their will across party lines not that long ago when a statewide referendum was voted on to amend the state constitution and allow non-excuse absentee balloting. New Yorkers of all walks of life showed up to vote, widely rejected it. It failed. Regarding the lawsuit on vote-by-mail laws, Zeldin said, strictly on merits, Hochul does not have a leg to stand on. I'd be shocked if she didn't already know that. It's so blatantly obvious that this move made here is giving the middle finger to the voters in the state who have already said they don't want it. But we know they love their mail-in balloting. Let's just let anybody and everybody. And obviously, every county commissioner points out, quite correctly, that the safeguards aren't there to prevent fraud. Let me get back to Vic this morning. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back. Some of that stuff, you're mentioning the change in the voting procedures. I didn't realize it, but the Espionage Act covers that. That takes federal approval for them to change any of the voting procedures. And it's all outlined in the Espionage Act, which I found rather interesting. And that's what I think there were 5 Russians that had spied on the Republican campaign in 2016 that are actually serving some sort of prison sentence here in the United States. And interestingly enough, if you recall back in 2016, the FBI investigated the Republicans' campaign, but when it came to the Democrats, remember the Democrats said, "Oh no, we have our own people. We're okay." You remember that or not? There,
right? Mm-hmm.
Whenever they were going to go in. Okay, so I find it interesting that, and that kind of ties back into all that's going on with the all this stuff that's going on, trying to set it up to where they can get basically steal it, or the possibility to steal another election. But what I called in about was this Elmer Buckta trucking thing. To me, that's what's happened on in the trucking industry, because the company that went bankrupt was not the same company that Elmer Buckta started years ago, and I knew those people. Well, I knew several of them. A lot of them used to haul coal, but they also used to, these people would take a house or something and, jack it up and move it a long ways and all that stuff, the heavy movers. Mm-hmm. Elmer Buckta sold that business off to the individual he had managing that quite a few years ago. And the other thing is, this gets back that he hauled a lot of coal. That was the main thing that he did. When I say he, I mean Elmer Buckta, their company. And of course, with this war on coal, that business was kind of going by the wayside. And there was an Alcoa plant there in Newburgh, Indiana. Mm-hmm. I thought I'd heard they'd shut down. I haven't felt it.
Mm-hmm. Can I get you to pause there, Vic, because we got to get our news break top of the hour here.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Skip Kelly. The White House is warning of consequences of a potential government shutdown at month's end. Agriculture Secretary Tim Vilsack highlights the potential impacts.
Farm Service Agency offices in virtually every county shut down, and those loans are not available.
He also said there'd be an impact on WIC and rural housing loans. Congress must pass funding legislation by October 1st, but the House Republicans are divided on the issue. Senator Bob Menendez is speaking out for the first time since federal bribery and corruption charges were leveled against him last week.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
He condemns snap judgments made with incomplete information and stresses his right to the presumption of innocence. FEMA is planning a test of the National Alert System on October 4th. The test of the nationwide emergency alert system and wireless emergency alert systems will be going out at 2:20 p.m. next Wednesday. The alert will be sent through phone, radio, television, and cable systems and is scheduled to last about 1 minute. You should only receive one message on your cell phone. The purpose of this test is to ensure that the systems are still an effective way to warn the public about national emergencies. The Powerball jackpot continues to climb after Saturday's drawing produced no winners, with the prize now nearing $800 million. The lottery jackpot is worth an estimated $785 million, with a cash value of $367 million. The next drawing will be held tonight at 10:59 p.m. Eastern Time. It's currently the fourth largest prize in the Powerball's history. The last Powerball jackpot reached $1.08 billion when the winning ticket was sold in Los Angeles on July 19th, making it the third largest prize in the lottery's history. This is USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
San Francisco's African American Reparations Advisory Committee proposed recommendations to the Board of Supervisors urging action. Here are some of the suggestions. A $5 million one-time payment, guaranteed home ownership, back pay for labor, and property reimbursement. Critics cite constitutional and financial concerns, saying it would bankrupt the city. If passed, it would make San Francisco the first U.S. city to enact reparations. COVID-19 tests are now available to be ordered for free from the U.S. government. Starting today, Monday, you can order 4 tests per U.S. household through covidtests.gov. COVID-19 rapid tests can be taken at home and can be used regardless of whether someone has symptoms. The tests should be good through the end of the year. Some of the dates on the tests may show that they are expired, but the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has extended those dates.
You are the father!
Maury Povich, known for DNA tests on his show Maury, expressed interest in testing if Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson are half-brothers. In an interview, Povich said he'd come out of retirement for it. McConaughey and Harrelson's curiosity about their potential relation stems from McConaughey's mother's connection to Harrelson's father. After week 3 of this year's NFL schedule, it's a bit too soon to know who's going to be playing football at the Super Bowl in February. But we do know for certain who's going to be on stage for the halftime show. Grammy-winning R&B singer Usher will headline the Super Bowl 58 halftime show at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas on February 11th, 2024. I'm Skip Kelly, USA News.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking at the photographs and the video, I'd say that's a costly mistake. It's a trucker hauling a helicopter. He ran into trouble with an overpass on a Louisiana interstate about 8:30 Friday morning. Trucker hauling what appeared to be a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter got wedged underneath an overpass support beam. Now, the news outlet said that a new Sikorsky S-92 cost about $30 million. The load was too tall. The helicopter engine struck the overpass. Took him several hours to get the vehicle out, but this helicopter was all shrink wrapped, fresh from the factory floor, right? Kind of like when they're hauling brand new boats out there on the interstate, all wrapped in the white plastic, and you can see, running down the white plastic was all the oil that came out of the engine after it struck the overpass. Uh-oh. All right, Vic, welcome back here. Thank you much.
Okay. Yeah, while we took the break there, I looked that up. The Warwick Alcoa operation is still going, but they just shut down one of the smelting lines, not the whole operation. But anyway, that reduced coal demand. And Alcoa and the electric company down there, I think it goes by Vector now, but it used to be Sigico. They were all wanting to put in coal gasification plants, and I don't know what that happened, but Elmer Buck a lot of his business was also hauling coal and other bulk products, like they said. And when they sold that off, it wasn't to that company there at Evansville. That company also familiar with them too, and for them to file bankruptcy, it had to be pretty drastic because they used to be rather violently opposed to bankruptcy, I guess would be the easiest way to say. And one of their operations, they used to haul railroad people around when they run out of hours and stuff in those vans. And anyway, the gist of it is that whenever they were talking about Elmer Buck being in business all those years, I was think it was about 8 or 10 years ago. They sold when Junior took over. They started selling everything out, and Senior had sold the house moving business before that, and that's where he got his start. Right after World War II, him and another fellow down there that he owned. They used to haul coal also, and then Kester Contracting, and they did a lot of heavy moving work. So, like I said, that's probably more information than people want, but the point I was making is that that's what's happened to so many of these different trucking companies that they say went out of business or went bankrupt or something. When you look a little deeper into it, it's not the same as the original trucking company that started.
Mm-hmm.
But just to kind of switch to the other thing, I was talking about with, I think it was Phillips there out of Florida, was talking about the Russian oil. The reason that they shut down the exports of all that oil and everything was because the Russian people are upset about the high price of oil. And this kind of ties into this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. The Russian people are pretty upset right now with Putin. And the reason that he did that is he's trying to keep prices of energy low in his country so people don't get any more upset. And when you were mentioning about all the graft and fraud and everything else that's going there on in Ukraine, that's right. And I believe that was what the big confusion was about. And don't forget, Biden was right in the midst of all that corruption, and that's what the impeachment inquiry is. They're with Ukraine. But back in the old Cold War days, they'd say sometimes you just have to hold your nose and deal with some other people. And Russia is not only upsetting things in Ukraine, they're upsetting things in Africa. They have a meeting planned with China on their Belt and Road Initiative, and China is kind of helping them along the line too. So, in my view of things, a lot of these tactical and strategic things should be overseen or supervised by the American people, not the American people, but the American military. And they should take a long, hard look at, what weapons are we depleting ourselves from, and how could that make us vulnerable? And real quick on that F-35 thing, don't forget a lot of the electronics that went into that came from Huawei in China. And if you look at China's new fighter, you'll be amazed how much it looks like the F-35. So, I don't know how much of the electronics is in our new stuff and everything, but like Rambler was talking about, like the heat signatures and everything else, sometimes when you go to attack somebody, it's just you also expose yourself. So if Zelensky or Ukraine does break through the Soviet lines, I reverted back to my old time, Russia. If they do break through the Russian lines and begin to make progress, we should have a counter defense in play. And that Abrams tank, they used to have like the Corps, not the Corps of Engineers, but the combat engineers. They used to have a deal that they could put on the front of some of those tanks, and it would basically clear out the mines in front of them. There were several different things that they had with that. Some were just like an old sheep's foot roller. Some would kind of flail a thing around, and it would get most of the mines, and then they could move in with other things. And again, this comes back to, I don't know why we're giving Ukraine cluster bombs, because they're going to be an impediment if Ukraine would then make advancements. So if we can shut down Putin at this point, he might have to leave his operation there in Africa, where he's stirring up trouble. He's also stirring up trouble in Azerbaijan with an Armenian enclave that is there. And we all know that China, they're definitely trying to get control of the South China Sea and all the traffic that goes up and down through there, the worldwide traffic. But again, it's going to take a heavy hand on Zelensky and say, you know, the day of the open checkbook is over. We're going to have some commitment here. And that's just, that was the other thing I was going to make the point on. But the big deal with Russia shutting off the energy to other people, it's not to punish the United States. It's because Putin is having a problem domestically, and China is having a problem domestically. They're about ready to go for flunk, you know, so on the real estate industry and everything else. So we're at a point here that, you know, we don't want to give up here, but we don't want to go off flailing in all different directions and changing everything every day. So that's all I had there, Steve.
We got to have an end game, right? You have to have some sort of a goal in sight, you know, where it's going to end. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't see or much hear anything about using the diplomatic channels to try to bring these parties to the table to talk about things. Oh, well, speaking of real estate there, Vic, James shared with me, move over, Iowa. There is a new record farmland sale on the books. A piece of Missouri farmland underwent rapid-fire bidding, which racked the final price tag up to $34,800 per acre. That beats out the previous record of $30,000 per acre in the state of Iowa. According to the bill of sale from Dyer and Fenner Auctioneers, the record sale happened last Thursday in Saline County, Missouri. Two farmers got into a bidding war, and in 15 minutes' time, the 115 acres sold for $34,800 an acre. The buyer was not an investor. The winning bid came from a farmer by the name of Jeff Baxter from the neighboring Carroll County, Missouri. According to area farmers, the competing bidder was a farmer whose home farm touches the land that was for sale. Now, an Iowa appraisal said the bidding started at $15,000 an acre for the piece of ground that had been in the same family for 4 generations. It happened in 15 minutes. That's a fast auction. It was rapid-fire bidding. There could not have been any hesitation at bidding. It was a fast auction with a more than $4 million deal resulting. There were 2 bidders, each on a mission that somebody was going to buy that farm. And it all happened very fast. Says the land market has definitely seen a slowdown, but this just proves if it's high-quality ground and the buyer has cash, anything is possible. What surprises me is the last time we've seen a record price was November of 22. It was $30,000 an acre, Sioux County, Iowa. And it was 73 acres. I thought that record would last a couple of years, or at least until we got back to $7 corn or $8 corn. Well, that record didn't even last. And not only did we go past it, we blew past that previous record. High interest rates haven't showed up on the land market yet, but he thinks eventually it will. And when they do, he thinks that's going to impact land prices. The biggest takeaway is the demand for high-quality farmland is unprecedented, and people are willing to pay above market price just to get a farm bought. And the way people need to look at that is, to hold, their hold period could probably be 50 to 100 years. And those heirs to that property in 50 years are going to wonder why they didn't buy more ground at that price. It's a long-term deal. All right, 115 acres, over $4 million. We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I tried to pull up some of the events on this date in history. Yeah, Shorty threw them my way a bit earlier. Here we go. Loading up. All right, here we are, 26th day of September. And it was on this date, 1981. In Major League Baseball, Nolan Ryan sets a Major League record by throwing his 5th no-hitter. Yeah, that is pretty unprecedented. Many years prior, September the 26th, 1789, Thomas Jefferson is appointed the first United States Secretary of State. John Jay is appointed the first Chief Justice of the United States. Samuel Osgood appointed the first United States Postmaster General. And Edmund Randolph appointed the first United States Attorney General. Wonder if all those gentlemen were alive today, what they'd think about what's going on in the country that they helped found. All right, this date, 1872, the first Shriners Temple called Mecca was established in New York City. This date, 1959, Typhoon Vera, the strongest typhoon to hit Japan in recorded history, makes landfall, killing 4,580 people, leaving nearly 1.6 million others homeless. This date, 1959. And it was 1933 on this date, back in the day of the gangsters. The gangster Machine Gun Kelly surrenders to the FBI. He shouts out, "Don't shoot, G-Men," which becomes a nickname for FBI agents. G-Men. Don't shoot, G-Men. All right, Eagle, back on board here. Final hour. Yes, sir. What's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to talk about something else before I get back to the border situation. About that alligator I told you about. I seen some more video. Now they got a picture of the woman on the internet I was looking at while I was on hold. It's you gave a good description last night. She was a homeless person or something that they're saying. She was on land. She was on some property that she wasn't supposed to be on, for what I'm understanding. And from what you said, they had it fenced off or something. That's what it sounded like. And she got back on the property. Well, apparently she's supposed to be she's supposed to be homeless. That's what they say. So she was sleeping outside, I guess, as a homeless person, and on some land she wasn't supposed to be on, her property. And apparently this alligator must have attacked her a couple of nights ago. That's what her family is saying on the internet. It don't look good at all. But it looked like they killed I think they killed the alligator. It looked like I don't think they need to put that alligator back out unless they're gonna put him in a zoo or something. But they definitely don't need to be out.
They said that they quote humanely euthanized the alligator, whatever that means.
Yeah, they had to do that, or either put him, in a zoo or some type of place where people could go check it, look at it. But you can't leave something that big out on the loose. Well, these alligators are dangerous. They eat barely anything: dogs, cats, whatever they can get their hands on. Humans too nowadays. So, yeah, like I told you, Steve. Like I say, I'm moving to Florida in the next 2 or 3 months. So, but I'm not gonna be close to no water. Hopefully. Where I moved to, so at least hopefully I don't have to worry about no damn alligators. I'm not sure exactly what city I'm going to in Florida, but I give up on Texas, Steve. I'm throwing maybe if we get Trump come back in the White House, maybe I might move back to Texas, when things get better. But right now it's Greg Abbott has done everything he can to try to save the state of Texas, and not getting no help from Biden. So it's like I said, the area where I live at, I'm not gonna get a name because of some of your listeners. Apparently one guy out there, so I'm not gonna name exactly where I live at. But it's overrun with people, and it's a little bit too much, to deal with right now. And it doesn't look like things are gonna get better. It's a shame, Steve, because I've been in the state of Texas since 1980, when my parents moved in 1980 from Cincinnati, Ohio, down to Texas, Houston. And it's a shame that I got to leave my state, the place that I love. But it's just like I said, it's just too much. And like I say, I read on the phone again tonight, another 4,000 individuals have came into the U.S. Came in through Texas today. And, 4,000 every day. The Border Patrol guys are just standing there and allowing them guys walk right past them. They're not trying to stop them or nothing. So, and then now they, outfitting them with clothes and cell phones, food, the whole deal. So, that's too much. And there's some very dangerous. As a matter of fact, as I was waiting on hold, Steve, you remember we talked earlier last week that the people in Mexico had stopped the trains, these people that own these train companies, right? Because they showed on the video again, those trains are moving again from what they're saying, and they're loaded down. They claim that another 5,000 to 10,000 people have got into these boxcars, getting a free ride to the United States border. So it's, like I said, Joe Biden is not even trying to talk to the Mexican president and try to work out some kind of deal with him, to where he could, stop these people, and his people could maybe try to stop these people from even reaching the United States.
You're just letting them roll in. Yeah. Hey, I got to get my news break.
USA News Update. It seems the only people who want to see a Biden-Trump rematch is those two men.
A new poll indicates that voters are against a Biden-Trump rematch in 2024. A nationwide survey conducted by NBC News revealed that over 40% of respondents held very negative sentiments toward both candidates. Pollsters note that 74% expressed worries about President Biden's age, while 62% have concerns regarding Trump's 4 impending criminal trials. I'm John Schaefer.
COVID-19 tests are now available to be ordered for free from the U.S. government. Starting today, Monday, you can order 4 tests per U.S. household through covidtests.gov. COVID-19 rapid tests can be taken at home and can be used regardless of whether someone has symptoms or not. The tests should be good through the end of the year. Some of the dates on the tests may show that they have expired, but the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has extended those dates. Skip Kelly, USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed. Heard in the news break there. Get your free COVID tests. Starting today. I don't know, somehow they came up with $600 million in funding to produce new at-home COVID tests. And they've restarted the website, allowing you to order up to 4 free tests per household. COVIDtests.gov, starting today, yesterday, actually, the 25th. They'll be delivered by the U.S. Postal Service. 12 manufacturers that employ hundreds of people in 7 states from California to Maryland have been awarded funding. They will produce 200 million over-the-counter tests to replenish federal stockpiles for government use, in addition to producing enough tests to meet demand for tests ordered online, they say. This new effort meant to guard against supply chain issues that sparked some shortages of the at-home tests that were made overseas during past surges of COVID. But, so $600 million in funding. At the same time, I think even Rick from Columbus mentioned earlier he was feeling kind of under the weather for several days in a row. He's feeling a little better today, actually breathing through his nose, but said, I don't know, I might have had COVID and didn't know it. We shared last evening where the doctors around the country are pretty much citing the current strain is becoming more like the common cold or maybe a bout with the flu. Fatigue, 24, 48, 1, 2, maybe 3 days. But most of the symptoms, the runny nose, sore throat, the cough, most people getting over it without having to be hospitalized. So, all right, keep it in mind. Well, let's see. Happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 77 with some rain today in Fort Wayne. 67 in rain in Sterling Heights, Michigan. We are currently still business as usual. We shall see how things trickle down by the end of the week. Anyway, have a safe day out there as we're ready to roll. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Hauling those GM auto parts, right? Truck and Phil is on board. Semper Fi this Tuesday morning. Thanks for checking in. All right. Hey, did you get in trouble with Tennessee after your little bit yesterday morning about this time there, Knucklebuster?
Oh, no, we're all right, man. She's pretty good-natured. Now, I'd already read that list to her. She had me text it to her. She thought that was funny. She was going to put it on Facebook there anyway. But, Key West, Florida is a pretty good place to live, Margaritaville, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere, especially down there. Well, I asked Siri to be my whore, since she's all artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
And she told me she couldn't answer that, Steve.
I bet you're not the first one to ask her that.
Oh, probably not. That truck driver with that helicopter and stuff, I bet his insurance agent is PO'd at him. I know if I'd have done that, mine would have been PO'd with me worse than me reading that list yesterday. The news said that you could get the test kit, and some of them had an expired expiration date.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean the test results will be expired too?
Good question.
Yep. I read where a truck driver was fatally shot over there in an Oklahoma traffic stop last week. He got to fighting with the police and men. My advice to you, if they pull you over, just be compliant and then get a lawyer. You'll live a lot longer that way. they didn't release his name or any of that stuff. I hate to see that speed limiter coming. That ticks me off a little bit. So I don't know. Ain't nothing you can do about it. That just proves no matter who's in office, federal government's still going to do whatever they want to do. See, I read where Taylor Swift released a new song, see?
Oh, yeah?
You know, she's dating that boy from Kansas City Chiefs, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I knew you were trouble when you hauled in 7 receptions for 69 yards and a touchdown against the Bears. So, that October the 4th warning, is it going to be the British are coming? The British are coming. Press 1 if by land and 2 if by sea. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Will y'all buy some Stay Bill products? Buy some Hot Shot Secrets products. Some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too, Steve. You know, I keep talking about that T-shirt. You need to sell a bikini too.
Oh, yeah?
You put Steve on one cup, Summers on the other cup, and Overnight Drive on the bottoms there. And that'll be all my bull on it for this morning.
Oh, boy. All right, Knucklebuster. Thank you much. Have a good morning. I don't know if the princess would be fond of that or not. Maybe I'll run that by her. Ah. And it's 844-844-3388. All right, he's in trouble. The owner of a Missouri towing company sentenced to prison last week for violating the Clean Air Act by illegally altering the emission control devices on his fleet of tow trucks. Kirbyville, Missouri's affordable towing owner, who's 73 years old, Dennis Cleveland, sentenced to 2 years in federal prison with no parole. Also ordered to pay a $255,000 fine. Earlier this year, he had pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act and 1 count of tampering with a Clean Air Act monitoring device. Authorities say he admitted to telling workers to physically disable emission control components on multiple heavy-duty diesel tow trucks. And he'd been doing it for over 10, 12 years. Now, he also conspired with 67-year-old Robert Ditch of Springfield, the owner and operator of Full Flash Tuning, which specializes in illegally tampering with the onboard diagnostic systems on these vehicles. U.S. Attorney's Office says Cleveland caused the affordable towing trucks to be tampered with to save money by avoiding maintenance expenses on emission control systems and by spending less money on fuel. This tampering is frequently referred to as tuning or flashing. The onboard diagnostic system, one purpose for tuning is to allow the vehicles to continue to seemingly operate normally while the emission control systems are disabled, rather than forcing the engines into a state known as limp mode. Generally limits the maximum speed of the vehicle, which would incentivize the driver to get it to the repair shop. Tuning thereby serves to reduce the high cost associated with maintaining or repairing components of the emission control system. As a consequence of tuning, tampered vehicles are spewing substantially more pollutants, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, non-methane hydrocarbons, and particulate matter into the air. All right, so not real happy with that. Now, in addition to personally tuning affordable towing vehicles, Dyke on multiple occasions would take the vehicles to an unidentified entity in Rogersville, Missouri, to tune the vehicles, for which he was compensated for by affordable towing. Authorities allege Cleveland did not cease the use of his fleet of altered tow trucks even after he was contacted by law enforcement last year, or even after entering a guilty plea and being warned by the court that continuing to use the modified tow trucks would be a violation of his plea agreement. So that resulted in his bond being revoked in July of this year. Okay, so not real fond of tuning your vehicle. But I can see the temptation, especially as fuel prices go higher and higher. You're getting a lot better fuel economy without all that emissions BS operating on your vehicle. Scarecrow, good morning.
Yeah, buddy. Reflecting on that land auction there, Steve, there's been a lot of auctions through the years that have ended on a happy note. Get a couple boneheads or hard-headed individuals that refuse to admit defeat. Although if prime real estate like that, agricultural land, as a good acquaintance of mine said years ago, God only made so much land. There ain't any more of it. So it is kind of a curiosity, though, where prices will go. My best bud, I've mentioned before, we do our camping and whatnot on their property. And it's about 70 acres, rural area close by. He's also, his profession, he's a heavy equipment troubleshooter, mechanic and such. He just put him up a new shop, and his tax advisor, money man, advised him to sell that recreation property of his now that will pay for that shop he put up, and that he figures in a couple of years that that land is not going to be worth what it is today. So I don't know if he's kind of thinking the economy just kind of tanking, or interest rates, keep going up and up, or what's going on there. But it's amazing how no matter what a person has paid in the past, when they hang on to it long enough, there's been a few glitches here and there, but it's always been a wise investment, good investment. My grandfather's, our family farm, he offered it to my dad, my uncle, and aunt in '67. That was 170 acres on a dairy farm for $16,000. Well, my dad, he had milk route at the time, and my aunt and uncle, they had commitments, so they sold it to another party, another family. Well, that family, they sold 150 acres of that 2, maybe 3 years back. Steve, they got $700,000 just for the acreage.
Wow,
that was a pretty decent return on their investment. It truly is a curiosity if the speculation that prices are going to start sliding, for land and whatnot. I guess it'd be interesting to follow through on that, down the road here. Gasoline, I see it was $3.44 when I stopped at the fuel depot here a little while back, this evening now. Steve, Friday morning on my way home from work, I gassed up our camper toter there. That's the first time I've filled that up. Steve, I paid $2.83 per gallon. Now, it seems pretty decent at first, but one has to take into consideration our Quick Trip convenience stores, chains. They're working in conjunction with a grocery chain in Wisconsin here, and you get so much gasoline credit for money spent in the store. So I'm just curious. I don't even have a clue how much we spent on groceries to knock. That was about 80 cents a gallon I saved on that. So But yeah, I was grinning when I paid like $70 or so for 27 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
I probably won't see that again anytime in the near future here. And that brings me to, I don't know if I can call it an education, but something for listeners to think about here. Now, Steve, I do not have a vested interest in this. There's no financial gain of any kind, but I'm just relaying what I witnessed, so to speak, and was told yesterday afternoon. I have a 2000 Chevy Blazer that I'm pedaling. A fella drove up from Iowa to take a look at it. Well, unfortunately, he forgot to take it home with him. But he has a half-ton Chevy Silverado 2021 with one of those 3-liter diesel motors in it. And, the speedometers, they'll read out, the current mileage for the last 50 miles driven. And it'll also register the best mileage that you have knocked down with that vehicle. Now, he said this is ideal, better than perfect conditions. He had a pretty good tailwind and such.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he said that, he can consistently run, 30-plus miles per gallon with this thing. See, the top miles that he's got there, and I saw that, is 48 miles per gallon. And as I say, it may have been a downgrade for mile after mile after mile there, but it's a motor I was very intrigued with before we bought ours, but unfortunately couldn't get it the towing capacity and the deep gearing that I was looking for. But it's certainly something for anybody out there in the market for a new vehicle or such, or even used. I have no idea what the mechanical history is proving to be on these motors or whatnot, but it's certainly an alternative to think about. Compared to that little Ranger that I'm babysitting with that Ford EcoBoost, that I have yet to see 25 with it. Junior said he has gotten 26, but so there's, for a full size, pickup, you're getting 30 miles per gallon. That's nothing to, sneeze at. But Steve, that's my education for the morning here. We'll let you take the reins again, and we'll do it again tomorrow, right?
All right. Love a little educational session here on a Tuesday, all right? And we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on board here. Uber Ed.
Hey, Steve, how's it going? Hey, we got off the boat last Friday, and Royal Caribbean's a totally different ship than Carnival.
Did you say better or worse? Was it all uppity up, stuffy, or?
It's a lot better than Carnival. It's a more up-class ship. Carnival's more of a party ship, and
correct.
This is more laid back people. And the ship was a lot nicer.
Well, we know Carnival is they're not called the party boats, but the fun ships. It's about party.
Yeah, right. So, and two, Royal Caribbean don't have a limit on the drink package, and Carnival limits you to 15 drinks a day, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, could you best 15 a day there, Uber Ed?
Well, somebody could if they drink a lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a few that come on our cruise that run out there. They burn up their allocation on any given day, and they get cut off.
Right. But no, I'll say it was a totally different ship. The embarkation and debarkation was real easy.
Did they have
right
like in the evening? Did they have a set dining time, like you have the 6 o'clock or the 8 o'clock, or could you just dine whenever you wanted, kind of thing?
Well, we had a 5:30 dining time, and we dined at 5:30. But they had you can dine anytime you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I think it started like at 7:30.
Okay.
At night, and the food was a lot different than what I experienced on Carnival last time I went.
Well, it's been a few years since we've been on one. They've brought some, I forget the guy's name, some well-known chef, where, Carnival had pretty much, you knew what the menu's going to be. You're going to have a filet mignon night, you're going to have a lobster night, that kind of stuff. They brought some chef in where they're supposedly changing a lot of their menu items. I'm curious to see how that turns out. Well, Scotty's on a cruise right now. He's on his 16-day adventure that left out over the past weekend as he's heading toward the Panama Canal. So when he gets back, maybe he can give us, and I'm sure he'll give us a full report on the food, the changes that they've made there on Carnival. But all right, well, thanks for the update. So Uber Ed likes the more, I guess, the laid back, not the party boat scene. All right, okay, so looking at the clock here, we'll close it out here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for our callers helping us out to make it through another fine morning, and come on back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. You know the drill. We'll do it again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,